It's like we're freaking out. I know they're saying it. Thank you. Sorry.
No, you're fine. What you done?
It's there.
But he's still, you didn't get there present?
He's got somebody, he picks up kids right anymore, so.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you are on my recording.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to the Town of Frisco Town Council meeting on March 25th, 2025. Our first work session item is the Frisco Backyard Fuels Reduction and Recreation Project update. With Forest Service, we have Sam, Adam, and Kat from the Forest Service, and we've got Pete from the Nordic Center. And if everyone else would like to maybe go around and introduce themselves quickly, that'd be great. And then you guys can take it away. I'm Andy. Andy, thank you.
Oh, I'm Elizabeth Scripsaki.
Diane McBride, Assistant Town Manager. Nice to see you over here. Thank you.
Hi, Travis. Dusty Calfee, Fuel Specialist for both the Dillon District as well as Eagle Holy Cross.
Kat Gray, Fuels Planner for the Dillon Ranger District.
Adam Bianchi, District Ranger for the Dillon District.
Sam Aspen, Recreation Program Manager for the White River.
Pete Swenson, Nordic Center and Trails Manager for the town.
Barn Allen, Town Council. Thank you for being here.
Zach Ryan, Councilman.
Robin Goldstein.
Pat No, Town Attorney. Tom Fisher, Town Manager. Thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll jump right into it.
Okay, well,
And Dan Kidd is joining us.
they did.
Hey guys, hey Sam, how you doing?
Good. Good to see you.
Present.
You guys like me? Sorry about the interruption.
Oh, you're right. We're just getting ready to go. You got the Forest Service here and our, we're first in the independent group. We have a little bit of time, right?
Come, yeah, come.
All right. Well, the presentation part will be the short part of that, and then we'll leave plenty of time for you all to ask questions. I suppose if you have questions as we're going, then just ask. So I know we have some new council members since last time we were here, but so we'll talk about the history of the project a little bit. The Frisco Backyard Project is something we've been working on, the town and the Forest Service together in a partnership for about 3 years, I'd say now. But the idea was born probably back in like the 2018 timeframe when we had the Peak 2 fire on the south side of town. And during the course of suppression of that fire, realized that we didn't have any good places to engage a fire coming towards Frisco other than the rec path. Which if you can picture that, a pretty narrow strip of pavement with a lot of trees, it's pretty much continuous fuels between there and that fire. The second thing was we've been fielding a lot of questions and proposals over time about trails in the backyard. We had asked the town to kind of gather that together and create a master plan. So there was for what you guys wanted to have back there. So from those things, a few years later, Andy approached us, and we started working on a project specifically to address fuels. But through our work around the county, one of the things we've been wanting to do to better address public input on different fuels projects we've been doing was think about how can we mesh recreational values and fuels projects and plan them at the same time. For example, can we think about, instead of just thinking about where a fuels treatment might go, or where a trail might go, if we think about how they interact with each other, we can do a better job of kind of trying to maintain the high quality rec experience while also doing necessary reduction in fuels. So starting in 2022, early 2022, we started working together on the Brisker Backyard project. The town contracted SE Group, who's a third-party NEPA contractor, basically to work with the Forest Service to help produce the NEPA analysis, which we're going through now. And we had a public scoping period almost 2 years ago now, where we heard a lot of similar comments to what we had already been thinking about around how do you do fuels reduction while maintaining, important recreational values. People still want to walk in the woods, right? And experience it, ski in the woods and do all those things. So in the last couple of years, hopefully leading up to a second public comment period starting in a week or so here, we've been working on writing the analysis, refining our proposal to address as many of these comments and make it as light on the land and kind of hit the right spot between reducing fuels enough to provide reasonable fire protection while still maintaining the experience. And so the project area that you see on the slide here, there's kind of a yellowy boundary. You guys see that? Kind of sticks south of the town of Frisco, and then you see some black and orange polygons up closer to town. That yellow boundary is the project boundary. So the area we're looking at basically goes from town up to Mount Royal, across the bottom of Silent Bob, Avalanche Path.
Sorry, Tim, I think yellow is the Wooey.
Yeah, I'm closer.
It's like a lighter tan color.
Okay, yeah, okay,
Is the project boundary.
yeah,
The yellow one, the project boundary goes farther south. What is it, tan or yellow?
okay, I wanted to make sure people were looking at it.
This is the
Yeah.
entire project boundary,
Oh yeah, I can use that.
right? Go, you can use them all.
How about that?
Yeah,
So here's the project boundary. I'll try to use the mouse here. And then this orangey color here is identified as wildland base in the county wildlife protection plan. So it's around 3,000 acres. Within this area, we have around 250,000 visits annually to the national forest. A lot of this is on the rec path, but also some of our most popular trails on the White River National Forest are here, like the Peaks Trail, Rainbow Lake, and even Mount Royal. And if you wandered around back there, I think you could, in a quick mental assessment, you picture the trails that are the most widened and the most braided, and you picture where the highest amounts of people are going.
Zachstav is 60,000 people a year.
6,000 people here from Zachstav. It includes the Miners Creek Trailhead as an access point, the Mount Royal Trail for the kayak lot, rec path around the south side of town, and especially Zachstav. And so as we go into the NEPA analysis, these are the project purposes that are written down there. So everything that you'll see in this analysis when we come out with public comment, when we're designing the project, we are looking to meet these purposes and needs for the project. So we got to reduce wildfire hazard to within the project area, but also and especially to the town, the hospital, all the stuff that you guys can picture that's right up against the forest here in Frisco. We're going to improve the trail system. One of the things that I've talked about fair amount with regards to visitation in Summit County is, or on the White River in general, is as visitation has increased, we have not increased our facilities or our management. We haven't been able to do that correspondingly, right? So the White River went from 12 million to over 18 million visitors between 2017 and 2022. What we haven't done is design the parking lots to make them like designed to a size that we want. We haven't installed bathrooms. We haven't hardened the trails enough to withstand the amount of use they're receiving. So that's what this purpose need bullet number 2 is getting at. We're just trying to increase our recreation management to meet current demands and more sustainably kind of manage it. During the projects, after we had started, Biden designated the Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument. And this project is in the National Monument, and there's a ton of history back here from the mining era, especially from Masontown, you know, for example, and all the travel ways and mining relics that surround that. So one of the things we're trying to do with this project design is protect those things from wildfire, from under or unmanaged recreation. And then what I talked about at the start, we're trying to do a good job of balancing reasonable protections from fire while still maintaining this forested recreation experience that people really care about. And just threw in a couple of slides to give you some visuals of some of the current forest conditions and challenges back there. So that picture on the left, if you guys have been in the backyard, it does vary from place to place. Some of the places closer to town are more in the aspen forest and are, do not have this kind of level of dead and down trees, but the bulk of the area is lodgepole pine, far and away the bulk of the forest back here, which was really heavily impacted by the mountain pine beetle over the course of the early 2000s, 2010s. And so that picture on the left is pretty representative of a lot of the fuel conditions back there. And so, you know, that's a scary picture from a fire danger perspective. And then this trail on the right, that's I think that's a social trail that descends off Hooper Mountain. There's over 20 miles of social trails in the backyard, and some are historic and some are more recently user created. But a lot of them look like this. They weren't designed with sustainability in mind. They're kind of straight up and down the fall line. So this is some of the trail conditions that we're trying, and they're getting quite a bit of use, as you can see there. And so we're trying to address some of that environmental sustainability of those and make it more fun too. And just a couple more pictures. That one on the left is I think that's the upper part of the Bills Ranch Trail, which goes straight up from the church. As you keep going up that, it just goes straight up the hill and has some pretty nasty erosion. And just another picture on the right of one of the kind of forest conditions back there. So this is a map of the existing system of trails in the Frisco backyard. The green are Forest Service trails that we recognize and maintain, and we're going to do some works to fix and reroute as a part of this project. And then the brown trails are all the social trails. And you know, we've even missed that. There's so many social trails, I know we even missed a few on here. But this gives you a sense that of the ones we did inventory, there's 21 plus miles of social trails back there.
So it's a ski resort.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's pretty intense. And what we've done, and especially Pete and Tyler from the trails perspective, have reimagined this in how can we create loop systems, how can we separate higher and lower speed uses where we can, right? To you know, maybe target some of the trails more towards hiking and families and walking, like the Pete's Trail and Rainbow Lake, which is what it really is. And encourage and give the bikers something that draws them to a more like bike-friendly zones. The other thing to mention here is our two trailheads, Pete's Zach Stop and Miners Creek. Both are are not really, were never really designed, they just sort of are there. And what we want to do is keeping us about the same amount of parking, redesign those so that they actually have a trailhead with a designed sort of endpoint to parking in mind. Or beyond this point, you don't park, in this area you can park, and we have like a sort of a more orderly access point with facilities like bathrooms, you know, with 250,000 visitors. The idea of that every year and no bathrooms is not cool. And I'm gonna bounce back and forth between rec and fuels a little bit here, but this picture is showing you the current conditions or the current forest in the Frisco backyard. So the lighter green colors are the aspen trees. The darker brown colors are lodgepole pine. And then those tan, what looks to me like pinky tan kind of colors, those are openings. And on the east side, the right side of the screen, east side of the project area, those are the those openings are the cutting that was done for the Over Mountain Fuels project a handful of years ago.
And number 19 is the clear cut by Rainbow Lake.
Correct. Yeah. No, yes. And you can see Rainbow Lake right there, and that little blue dot in the middle, and that newer cut to the left of it there, unit 19. And so the this looks, I look at it, looks complicated. There's 63 units that we've laid out, and what we did was with the thought that for a visitor to experience the forest, if we can lay out the fuels treatments to follow the natural boundaries of these individual forest stands. So you'll see that those polygons are drawn around the aspen forests, or around the openings, or around the thick lodgepole forests. The idea is that as a visitor would interact, go through these areas on a trail or on skis or whatever, if our treatments kind of follow what the boundaries of the forest stands, it'll feel a little bit more natural. That's some of the work that was done here with these field boundaries.
Can I add to that in the past, everything that was prescribed or was just fuels mitigation had a very different application, and which was more of clear cut per acre and that sort of thing, leaving certain stands of trees, and so it was much more defined in certain areas as it's needed, is what these guys have all put together, which gets me excited about this.
Yeah.
Just going back and clear cutting everything.
Yeah, you can see the pink opening were a lot more heavy-handed than what we're doing here, and that was a lot of the feedback we got, was that people don't really like what the final result was up there, and even that opening that we did next to Rainbow Lake, with how it interacted with the trails that are out there, so we're trying to do differently in this project.
That being said, though, those openings, the previous treatments to the east have basically the treatments on the east side give us an opportunity, we think, to take a lighter hand over a larger area through the Myers Creek drainage. So they're still important in why we're doing what we're doing, because we've effectively sort of blocked off fire from that part of the community. So, even going back, we would probably, historically, we would probably want to do something similar in that Gold Hill and Over zone. But we think it buys us an opportunity to do something different. You need some hardened protection in certain places from the fire suppression standpoint, so.
I appreciate the different approach.
Okay, so shifting from those two slides were the existing condition, these two slides, you don't have to sit here, you'll have plenty of time to look at this really closely, but these are the proposed changes that we have made. And so the map on the left is summer recreation. And if you were to compare it to the last map, you'd see that the gray lines here show which trails routes we would decommission. The brown ones show which ones we would adopt, which social routes we'd adopt as Forest Service trails. And hopefully what you'd see overall is like a more cohesive system that's going to be way better sustainably and experience-wise than what we have now for the town. On the right, one of the cool things about this project is in the winter, sorry, that's okay. The blue lines closer to town are areas that we would groom, the town would groom as a part of the agreement or special use permit the town would have to help manage this area after we're done with the planning part of the project. And so the idea of those blue trails is to connect grooming over to the high school and the Frisco Nordic Center and the group rec path system, all the way across the rec path and over to the interstate. And then a small subset of the closest trails to town, to Rainbow Lake and down that lower part of Miners Creek Road. So create what we've talked about is most likely a snowmobile drag room. You want to expand any on?
Yeah, this is, if you've recreated up and behind College in Leadville, they do a drag. Essentially, it's a big plate with weights on it. And it's ideal for snowshoeing, walking, fat biking, light backcountry ski use. Breckenridge also does this on the Flume trails currently, if you want to get up there. I don't know if they're still grooming, but this is a lot in response to the desire for equitable, free access to winter recreation. Biggest user group growth that we're seeing is winter walkers. There's thousands of people that are vacationing here, living here, that have no intention of ever skiing or snowshoeing. They just want to go for a walk. And they're currently doing that around Rainbow Lakes, and they're doing okay. But with just a little bit of improvement, suddenly we can give the experience to 5 or 6 different user groups for free by connecting these trails and dragging them in the winter.
So you're gonna widen a lot of those trails from like Miners Creek over?
Some of them will be widened. It's more the spec, it's more the way we build it. We just can't have a tight radius because, so the trail isn't necessarily wider, it just can't have a hairpin because you're pulling a drag. But the bench itself is not wider, it's more the way that we're gonna build it.
Why didn't you go up Miners Creek Road with that?
We're using a little bit of it, just a segment.
Yeah, because we used to use that back in the 80s, to snowmobile and tours up there and stuff.
Yeah, because it was a snowmobile
So
tour.
we used to groom it from the high school all the way out and up there, and there's still the snowmobile signs up in the woods. But I was just wondering why, because that's a nice wide trail, and it wouldn't be something that you would have to make, for people to walk, and people do use it.
We sort of have taken the approach that the most development that we have here is closest to town.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to strike this balance between people who are still wanting a backcountry type experience, winter and summer, with like the increasing our services kind of in that core area close to town where most people are going. So it was a little bit of a nod to that. That's part of the reason we didn't take any of those trails farther south. But it's a good point, Dan, because on the summer trails, one thing I should mention is that, the Mount Royal Trail and the Peaks Trail to Rainbow Lake, and then it's a system trail, the Rainbow Lake Trail goes back to Miners Creek. That kind of core, most heavily used trail, we want to build to a little bit bigger standard than what we have on the rest of the trail system. And if you can just picture the number of people like walking up to Rainbow Lake, those trails we think deserve a little bit wider, maybe rest areas, maybe a bench, some things like that to make them sustain the highest levels of visitation. So we are thinking a little bit more on some of those closest and most popular trails.
And that would be groomed from Rainbow Lake to the bridge, the new bridge on Zack Stop. That's what you're thinking of on this.
Yeah.
That's shown.
Yeah, and then also from the kayak lot over to Zack Stop on the rec path. It's hard to see everything on here.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea is to have,
Yeah.
have a groomed system that traverses the south end of town, south side of town.
The peak connect to the Nordic Center through a tunnel.
It would get pretty close, we've talked about that, in theory, it could, yeah, by county comments.
It's authorized on, it would be authorized on this to go right up to that tunnel. You can see the blue trail, most northeast trail. So a lot to digest here, but all in all, it's we're actually slightly reducing the density of trails in this area, especially a little bit farther south. Some of the things that we consider that in the NEPA process and that we're obliged to consider are cultural resources and how can we minimize the impacts to those or improve the conditions of those, wildlife habitat, rare plants, things like that. And so this system is designed with those other resources in mind as well. And these are just a couple of concepts, and I'll just say early initial concepts, but for trailhead parking lots. This is Miners Creek. That picture on the left is the current Miners Creek trailhead. You guys can picture that it's kind of just a wide spot in the road there. And what we would like to do, working with the county, because county land and Forest Service land, the boundaries right at the rec path. What we're doing is we're working with the county to think about, could we consolidate the parking that's just south of the rec path, where people park along Miners Creek Road right at the start of it. Could we close parking there and consolidate all the parking in one location? Maybe that, as that concept on the right is, which would be on county land. So we'll see how we go with that, but the idea is to consolidate it into one spot and design a parking lot that could accommodate, if you ever wanted a shuttle in the future, it could accommodate that. If we ever had the ability to, or the money to do technology to count and display available parking spaces, like if you didn't want people driving into the neighborhoods looking for parking, with a little bit of separation at the entrance, we could set up something to count cars in and out, tell people where to park, kind of like that at Breck when you're going skiing. So that's the concept on the right.
I like the concept on the right. The left one is just so much bike traffic in the summer pulling out. We have the same problem on Main Street. It's just so many bikes and all these cars trying to back out, can't see. That's a really high, that area is really busy there, I think you'd have more conflict of cars and bikes and stuff there, that the configuration of number one, you pretty much ran the bike path.
Yeah.
Pretty much, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an awkward scenario right now because people don't know they drive up the bike path because Miners Creek Road doubles as the rec path, then it crosses the main stem of the rec path. So yeah, we also like number two.
Yeah.
Clearly, yeah. And then for Zack Stop, so if you can see through the gray, this is an idea of how you could, using approximately the same existing footprint of Zack Stop, how you could design it and lay it out so that you had around 40 cars. I counted up to almost 60 cars parked in that lot and overflowing onto the neighborhood a little bit. I mean, it can be a crazy place on a busy weekend, but this is just a concept, but this is generally how we're thinking about it is, can you still set up to where if you wanted to count parking spaces and display it back in town, you guys could direct people to park on Main Street instead of here, but it's full. And then you have these trails that kind of access it, but are designed and actually intending to take people out of the driving lane and give them access on a path to things like that.
Are you looking at paving these two or just road based?
I'm not sure, we probably will just not, I don't know if we'd specify in this, I mean.
I think we allow the option. We want to keep this up, to have the option.
Mhm.
We grab fund it. So we would probably back us into a corner and not specify what we're gonna do.
This one would be great to pave. I mean, it's right next to, everything is paved, you know, but it's expensive to cover too, so. Okay, and so switching from rec to our proposed, this is a little more details on what we're proposing for the fuels reduction. And couple things I want to highlight here, and then I want to turn over to Dusty and Kat to talk about this. But in most traditional fuels mitigation projects, you guys could envision how we might cut what we call, what I've called a bathtub ring around town, like you cut the trees back from town, right? And what we're doing here is a little different approach where we're going lighter on the forest closer to town with the idea, and along Minor Creek Valley. What we did was kind of map this out with recreational use in mind, and we thought, where are the most heavily visited places within the Prisco backyard? And can we in those places prioritize preserving more of a mature forest experience, a forested experience, right? The forest, and go lighter in those areas and get our bang for our buck on reducing fire danger in places that are less visited by people. And then design the trails with that in mind too, right? With these trail systems so that we're intentionally putting people in the places where we think they're gonna have a good experience. Right? And so the gray that I call out there, the gray is, we call it past projects salvage treatment. If you looked at other Forest Service projects, what it is dead and down trees. So all the live trees stay, and the dead trees and the ones that are falling down or leaning down, those would go. I want to let Kat and Dusty talk about fuels if you want for a minute.
Yeah. I can start. So, the shape of the units we drew based on that map we saw earlier of the species composition of where the aspen stands were, where the lodgepole stands were. Then the treatment type of what we were gonna do, we based on a lot of different factors, where the trails were, whether it was close to towns, whether how dead the stands were, the steepness of the slope, what Dusty's gonna talk about is a fuel break. So there were a lot of competing factors. There wasn't one thing, it was we were weighing all these different components, so we took a lot of things into consideration. But the treatment types that we have are the gray color you see is dead only, so the standing dead trees and the dead trees that are on the ground will get piled. And anything that is live standing will get left. The darker tan color is our heaviest treatment, so that's the live and dead, the live lodgepole and dead trees. So any live lodgepole and dead standing or dead down trees are gonna get cut and piled.
So that would mean all aspen, spruce, and fir would still remain. Just the lodgepole and the dead, regardless of species, would be cut.
Yes. The lighter tan is a similar prescription, but it is patched live lodgepole and dead. So within those units, we're gonna pick out 10-acre pockets to cut the live lodgepole, and we'll keep them, avoid any trails that are in the units there, just to kind of unfold in those units.
And that's break up the canopy, so if we have a fire that's moving through there, it allows potential for any crown fire to hopefully drop to the floor. It allows us opportunities to engage a little more in those pockets. It also, when you take off the top, sunlight to the fourth floor from a regeneration stand piece with lodgepole pine. Their cones, there's rottenness, they need heat to open, to regenerate. So they either needs to happen through fire or through sunlight. So the idea then is we're getting a new generation started, you're creating structure into the future, into that canopy. So into the future, it's not monoculture of the same age, same species of tree. What we're trying to do is create diversity essentially in those stands, if that makes any sense.
Does that help preventing the fire in the future if there's different ages?
Yep, exactly. So the idea here is that by having different structures, it can change the fire intensity. It allows us different tactics if there was fire in that unit. Into the future, it also allows us to maintain those pockets opening. And there's a big component of maintenance post-treatment of this entire area, very similar to the peninsula, as you've seen over the years. After we've cut that, there's a carpet, a lodgepole pine, and now we're starting to go back and do what we call timber stand improvement, and it's why the trees are still small. Do very calculated removal of some trees to get the spacing that we need, but also to create firm wind firmness of the root structure. Lodgepole pine as a species has very shallow roots, so once you start to cut it or thin it, that's why we can't thin lodgepole pines, because what happens is you create a blowdown effect because they're using each other as protection. As you start to thin and you create space, we have what we see all over the place in the county is just after we come back and after we treat it, we're having to pick up the blowdown that occurred. So we're trying to start from a situation, so we're not getting back into where we were before with mountain pine beetle, where if we can treat and maintain a lot of these stands in the future, they will create the wind firmness that's needed to stand, and hopefully we create the spacing that's needed, and we have a lower density in trees per acre that can help us during the fire perspective. Because right now, the densities are so high that it's creating a very intense situation for us where we can't put firefighters oftentimes in there directly. We're having just to rely on air support and other things.
And that change in age class and species diversity is gonna hedge your bets against the next beetle, the next bug.
Yeah.
So it's creating a more resilient forest or whatever unforeseen is coming in the decades to come.
The other thing too, by popping holes in the canopy, you have shade tolerant species like spruce and fir that are currently sitting in the understory. They'll just sit for decades in the understory until there's opportunities for them to pop back into the overstory. So by taking the lodgepole and the dead, it also creates opportunities for that advanced regen that's been sitting there to also grow up. We're losing that now, right? When you have that shade of lodgepole that outcompetes aspen often, and then of course the spruce and fir, what you're getting is a monoculture of lodgepole pine often throughout here. So what we're trying to do is create that diversity also with the tree species, to Dusty's point.
So when you were talking about the gray areas that form thinning it and leaving the fir and the aspen, you're taking out all the lodgepoles.
The gray is dead only.
The gray is dead
Oh,
only.
the dead, those are all
Yeah,
dead.
so that'd be the dead lodgepole and anything on the ground, regardless of species. It's the darker kind of orange tan is live lodgepole and anything dead.
Mhm.
The light green is aspen, right?
Yeah, the light green I haven't gotten to. The light green. The light green actually has the same prescription as the dark tan. It's all the live lodgepole and everything dead, but those units have a lot of live aspen in them, so we're calling them aspen enhancement units, because once we take out that live lodgepole component, the aspen, they really love disturbance and they're gonna respond to opening up the canopy, and the aspen are gonna we expect.
So aspen doesn't necessarily regenerate from seed, they regenerate from clones and suckering. So as that disturbance happens, you open up the canopy, what you're gonna get is just a big rush of new aspen that are gonna be popping up, and hopefully we can continue to sustain those aspen stands. What our worry is those stands, there's there's a lot of it out here that you get too decadent, and we're losing the stands because they're dying off, and what's coming in replacing it is lodgepole pine. So we're trying, the idea here is we can pull the lodgepole pine off, we can at least try to regenerate, we can keep the aspen on the landscape.
And then there's a few white units around Rainbow Lake that we treated recently, and those just have as Adam mentioned, a maintenance prescription in them. So in 15, 20 years from now, when the lodgepole comes back, we will go in and thin them at that point, like we're gonna do in the peninsula this summer. And all of these units have that, or the tan and aspen units, the green units have that, because we expect that in a lot of those areas, lodgepole are gonna naturally regenerate, so we wanna maintain these units to be thinned out in the next 15 to 20 years. And you'll notice around the heavily used recreational areas like Rainbow Lake and down Myers Creek Road and Peaks Trail, you'll see more gray and tan units as our lighter prescription. So that there's a less impact around the trails and where we see more trail users. And then as you move out away from those more heavily recreational areas, you'll see more of the darker tan and darker tan areas where we'll get a little heavier handed in our treatment areas. And I'll let Dusty talk about another aspect of our fuels, the fuels break.
So again, fuels, as much a fuels reduction project as it is recreation, we're trying to protect against two different kinds of threats. So if you're called a Peak 2 fire, Peak 2 fire isn't shown on this map, but if you look off that lower left-hand corner where Myers Creek Road and White starts to poke out of the project area, that's the rough look of that Peak 2 fire. And the winds of that day were hard north and hard south, and so at one point we had Peak 7 threatened, and the next we had Town Frisco threatened, et cetera. So in one instance we have a large scale fire that threatens to consume the Myers Creek drainage and then threaten the town. The other threat we have is from within the Myers Creek drainage. The abandoned campfires, the arsonist, whatever you choose as a man-made or natural ignition, but a fire that consumes from within. So keeping those two kind of threats in mind, we have to talk about what's our defense strategy. We could choose a purely exclusionary strategy, and that might be something that when you think about your home hardening, that first 5 feet adjacent to your home would be devoid of vegetation. It would be rock, other landscaping that does not burn. So historically, that's the kind of thing that we have done with communities. You've taken the first 1,000 feet or less even, but that area immediately adjacent to your infrastructure, and you've taken all the vegetation away. That's not that desirable here, is it?
Think wilderness, Mesa Cortina, right? That's historically what we've done, and we've had success there, right? Where you just cut everything from a house to a certain feet, mileage, whatever it is, and you just follow along and you just cut everything around it.
And it works.
And it works, and that's
Highly effective.
that's typically, what you could look at here when you pull up the County Wildfire Protection Plan. You saw the orange there, the very first map. What we would do, we would just go along that piece. But we know that's not desirable. That's not what we're told in the community, what they want to see.
Yeah. So we've we've used a strategy that's like that with the other treatments that are to the east of the project area. And as I said earlier, that kind of gives us an opportunity to do something a little different with the Myers Creek drainage itself. So we've implemented that kind of strategy to our east. And when we move into the Myers Creek drainage, now we're trying to do something a little more nuanced. So if we could have done an exclusionary strategy where the outside of the project area has that kind of bathtub ring effect, and we're excluding, but then we don't treat within the Myers Creek drainage, that would not have solved that internal threat that I mentioned. So we are now treating 1,500 acres of the project area and trying to touch it all. And in that way, we are making it resilient to fire. We're not making it fireproof, but we're making it resilient to the small and large scale fire. So if we take the large scale fire, take peak 2, it keeps going to the north and it's moving into the Myers Creek drainage. We have it step down in intensity to a point where aircraft can engage it, and then eventually firefighters can engage it. Because at the end of the day, you need firefighters to engage the fire. For that, as a rough rule, you want 4-foot flame lengths or less. So our goal throughout the project area is to reduce flame length to approximately 4 feet. So that firefighters can actually engage that fire. And by touching those 63 units with some sort of treatment to reduce intensity, that's what we think we can achieve. We've taken it a step further in trying to step fire intensity down by taking natural features, starting with what I'm still calling the Silent Bob avalanche path. I don't know if everyone is, but you can see that kind of bumped out. I can't read the numbers,
25.
but 25. So you can see where we've kind of bumped out the boundary there. It ties in, as we say in firefighter speak. It connects to that avalanche path, and then those units that are outlined in blue are part of that catcher's mitt, or kind of a horseshoe shape, where we are tying those different treatment units together to create more fuel break. We tie them into the units that are already treated, like 19, tie it into a natural body of water, the lake itself, tie it into the road, and then you'll see the treatments that are in blue that tie all the way up into the overmountain zone and our more hardened treatments. So we've created another area where we could have something of a last-ditch effort that is not the rec path. And we are still maintaining some of that rec balance that's immediately adjacent to town, where our visitors want to come and enjoy. So it's a more nuanced strategy. It is not 100% fire exclusionary. It is more fire adaptive. And it's a more complex strategy, but it's one we think can be effective.
Silent Bob comes into then 14 is what it is. You just had your.
Yeah.
I thought it was that further down. Yeah.
So that would be heavier cut from 11 to 30, 19. That could be a big break.
Exactly. And so that break is not, it's not wide enough to be a defense on its own. If you look to those units to the east outside the project area, those are big enough that they're almost standalone. But this is an area that these are narrower units. They're more complex. They're obviously different shapes. So it's a place where a fire can come to that zone. Helicopters can drop water. Smaller aircraft could drop retardant potentially and get fire to step down again and give us another opportunity to engage the larger fire encroaching on the town. But overall, if we touch the entire 1,500 acres in some way, we reduce fire intensity so that when fire occurs, and we should think about it in that fashion, when fire happens, it's not catastrophic. And hopefully it's in fact beneficial to a lot of the area without, degrading it in a generational time scale that we're used to. Forest on its generational time scale, probably it doesn't matter quite as much, but on our time scale, it's a little different. So,
Yeah, just real quick on that. So with air support, helicopters and such would be pulling out of the lake most likely, right?
most likely, yeah, that's never been an issue. Yeah.
But retardant, we'd ideally like to avoid because primarily PFAS and other chemicals in there, and that's part of what.
Denver water, drinking
Water,
water.
we would like to avoid that if possible, right?
Yeah, there's
But
always, there's a balance, just geographically too, the fact that you're tucked in right adjacent to Mount Royal would make fixed wing aviation quite difficult.
Difficult, right?
So not the best option anyway. And depending on wind and air temperatures, and there's a lot of factors that would go into whether you'd be using big fixed wing aircraft and retardant anyway. It would be a challenging zone to do that.
Right.
Not impossible, but challenging.
We have a little less than 10 minutes left.
I was tracking with you, so I clicked to the next slide too, so we have a couple minutes to talk into it. Our next steps, our goal is to finish this EA this year. And so the next step is the public comment period, which we are planning, this is a project that the Forest Service and the town are doing in partnership. So we'll go out to a 60-day public scoping period starting a week from this Friday. So we're working real hard to wrap up the writing. Send it out to the public. We'll hold a joint open house where people can come in and talk to us evening. I think we're planning on April 9th. We'll take one more round of comments from folks, and then we'll write the final EA. We'll make any last tweaks to the project. Every step you take in the NEPA process, your changes are getting smaller and smaller, so we may have a few last tweaks after public comment, and we'll write the decision. The NEPA process ends when Adam signs the decision notice, and the timeline for that depends on whether we are objected or not. The last opportunity for public involvement is if someone comments in this period, they have the opportunity to object on that comment if they feel like we didn't address it sufficiently. So hopefully we'll avoid that, but it's part of the reason we were taking a lot of time to make sure that you guys, especially as town council changes, that everyone understands like the steps we're going through for this and how much thought we've put into it, the reasons that we've been working on it together. And then our goal is to set ourselves up to start implementing this next, not summer 25, but summer 2026. Maybe even drag room in winter 25, 26. It'd be awesome. The estimated project cost, the total is around $13 million. So one of the things that I hope that we get into together is looking at how do you fund something like that. And we've started with some strategies already. Generally, the Forest Service, we've thought that we get a lot of fuels money available, more money for fuels treatments than for recreation. So we felt that we may be able to help bring more money to the fuel side. Maybe together we can find a way to bring the money to the recreation side. As those, because we'd like to implement them together. That's the way that we'll be. And then we currently have an agreement. Town of Frisco holds a special use permit with the Forest Service to run the Frisco Peninsula Norwood Center. And we also have an existing agreement between the town and the forest for things that you're already doing in the Frisco backyard, like porta potties at the trailheads. And so as a result of this, we'll authorize something in that realm, either another special use permit or a broader agreement, but that will talk about how the town and the forest are together going to manage this system of stuff in the backyard. Because what we're proposing here is above and beyond what we would normally put in terms of recreational development for sure. And that's it. And that's what I have for you all. And give you time if you have any questions.
5 minutes.
So
I got a bunch too.
each one of those little segments or zones, like, I guess I'm like wondering like overall timeline, like how long does it take to address each little section or overall, like what is the?
For the fuels
Yeah.
piece. Yeah, so the whole thing was 1,500 acres. And we're looking at, we want to do an initial, our first contract would be 500 acres in 2026. So
It probably broke up into 3 different contracts, so even though they're small little areas, we kind of lump them together for contract's sake. So 3 probably contracts, it's probably gonna take us, kind of that 10, probably, safe to say 10 years to work through that. Our contracts typically are anywhere from 1 to 3 years, and they can be extended depending on scenarios, a little longer than that, but that's sort of the idea is, you can kind of picture every 3 years, we're kind of moving to the next contract, and probably at least 3 contracts.
And are each of these, as we reduce fuel, is that the making piles and prescribed burns?
Correct.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that, yeah, we are doing piling the fuel for, it's like for 95% units. There's a couple units, to the east of Miners Creek that we did leave open the option of tether logging, pulling the material up to the top of the Ophir Mountain. But 95% of these units we would be piling.
And that's just due to, we don't have the economic value in the timber business to basically sell it as timber. We're paying for the contract for the service to be done, to be cut, piled. There is no value there to kind of pay for the wood to come out of the woods. So we're kind of stuck there, but also from recreational experience, we want to reduce, we would have to be creating, we'd be major improvements to Miners Creek Road and creating a lot of temporary roads for us to get equipment inside there. And that kind of goes against that recreational experience as well. So although not ideal that we're creating piles across the landscape that we have to continue to keep up on and burn, it's sort of where we're at given the topography and the lack of economic value of the timber in there.
If you're looking at a 10-year period for that, is that similar to what we should be looking at from the standpoint of the rec side, working in conjunction with the fuels mitigation?
For the construction implementation, yes, my hope is way beyond the 10 years, we've had an agreement on the continuation and maintenance of the trail system and recreation system, yeah.
So, the Miners Creek River and stuff like that and all the water comes down, what kind of, I saw the gray area of pulling that and we all seen the way that river looks and logs over it everywhere it came and walked to it. But is that gonna be a special treatment or Denver Water Board can get involved with that and put some money out, to protect that, it seems like Miners Creek goes right up there. What's the
Denver Water is one of our existing funding partners for fuels mitigation. We have been getting money from them for the last 10 years. They typically give us $400,000 to $500,000 for different wildfire prevention projects. So yeah, we are engaging with Denver Water, and yeah, we have to balance treating the acres in the creek there to prevent fire from getting in there, as well as we don't want our treatment to harm the creek as well. So we have project specifications to balance that.
So you'll see that in the report as well that talks about buffering the stream side from equipment and from piles, things of that nature, so that it'll be a little lighter to touch really up against the banks and into a period of feet from along those riparian areas to protect the riparian area as well.
Because Miners Creek would be a good fire break, wouldn't it be too, on both sides of that river?
Road, yeah.
On a smaller scale,
Yeah.
certainly. And then, as are the trail improvements, they're all, even a simple trail is similar to a hand line dug in the dirt. And they're all features that we can use for suppression, but to that point, there's, water impact zone on all the little riparian areas where, we might take dead trees out of that area, but we're not gonna build piles and burn them in, that kind of thing.
Would you guys, the Forest Service, be looking at mistletoe too, the lodge, the full air line that have mistletoe, we'd be removing those probably too, looking at that.
Yeah, where it's appropriate for us based on the prescription to remove live watch, we'll look to remove all almost mystical that we can.
Yeah.
We're kind of behind the eight ball on it, so it's hard, but to make a big impact, but absolutely.
I think we're about out of time.
With the last 30 seconds here, as we go into the public comment period here, we would really, like, this project goes forward because of Town of Frisco's support with it, right? That's like you guys are our partner in proposing it, and you should say it in a letter. Public comment letters in support of the project are just as important as public comment letters telling us how to make it better, or, you know, so something to consider as a town, as an entity, moving into that here from Friday.
And we did that similar in the last period as well, so. Yeah, I'll leave you with that. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
Thanks for all your work.
Scared me a little bit, but I'm also hopeful as far as, you know, as far as it's important and it's scary. I believe it's our number one threat to our way of life here in this town. Yeah, thanks.
And you're all in a hard position, no matter what you do, there's gonna be somebody that doesn't like it.
Of course.
So, you know, the hard thing.
Yeah, we know that too.
Many people.
Yeah.
Okay, if we do, we'll definitely be in touch. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. If anyone needs to. So with Stacy. Yeah. Are you good, Stacy?
Yeah, we can.
They're taking it.
Baby. No. See, I don't really. Okay, and then the 500. Oh, that's right.
No, again, I don't see more. Yeah, if you want me to plan on potentially being quicker. Right?
We may to have something.
Yeah, we like to.
Yeah, so you can. You.
Rick is.
This year they have. Hey, hi, Jerry. Some of them seemed a little, I don't want to say like they should, they're just bad eggs. You know, that's only. There was one really good one.
Yeah. I got both because I didn't know what kind of.
No, we don't. They're all worn out.
No, we don't have to.
No.
Okay, well.
She has the link and everything. I just wonder if something happened, not good happened.
Do you want to?
I don't remember. You? Yeah.
Okay, well, let me know.
Sure.
Yeah, but, so that I don't think we should do this.
Yeah. You would. What area? It's a
Basically, and.
There were a lot of trails. That should be. Yeah, so Ohio. Eagle, because they're doing that. A lot of areas.
I think that could be one of the biggest things. Because it's. Yeah. And then you also have.
Yeah.
I know, actually, just.
Sit outside my.
So it's good. Elizabeth, Roger. Stacy, you good?
Yes, I'm actually gonna be advancing more in slides for her. She thought she was only on the regular meeting agenda, so I'm hopping on right now.
Okay, so I'll start it and waiting. I'll hold it when But yeah, agenda item number 2, the description and presentation of the 602 Galena Workforce Housing Project financing and timeline.
Sure thing. So we're about to have Lauren Avioli from the NHP Foundation jump on the meeting remotely. We had a little miscommunication when she needed to be on, so we're waiting for her. But the reason we put this on the agenda today is because we have on your regular meeting agenda the development agreement for this project, finally coming forward with some other business items. And we've got 2 new council members who have not had a lot of experience with this project. And so we wanted to take this opportunity, since we had about 45 minutes in the work session, now about 35 minutes left, to kind of bring everybody back to the 101 of what 602 Galena is. And kind of bring up a little bit of history and bring it forward to where we are today and what we're hoping to get under construction this year. So I believe I saw Lauren pop on.
Yep, I'm here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So you can just introduce yourself, Lauren, and then we'll go, you can take off.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And Stacy, thank you for sharing the slides. I take it they're up on the screen because I can see them.
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. Sorry for the miscommunication. We will also be available for questions on the full agenda too. But good evening or good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and town staff. As Tom said, my name is Lauren Avioli. I'm with the NHP Foundation, which is a 35-year-old affordable and workforce housing development nonprofit. I'm joined by Neil Drobenair as well. He's our senior vice president. And we're here to provide an update for you on the 602 Galena Workforce Housing Project. So as Tom mentioned, this will be sort of an introduction for the 2 new council members, but a refresher for those of you who attended the council work session update on February 25th. So I'll provide an overview of the project and discuss our financing status and construction timelines. Next slide, please. So the property that we're talking about is located at 602 Galena Street, which is at the corner of 6th and Galena. In 2022, the town purchased this site from the state for workforce housing. To make this purchase, the town utilized $1.5 million from Summit County. And with that money came 2 stipulations. One, that work needed to begin on the site by July 2025. And 2, that the residential units need to be ready for occupancy by July 2027. Should either of these deadlines be missed, then the money would be owed back to the county. And I'll circle back on that deadline later. Also in 2022, NHP approached the town about participating in another project that we were considering at the other end of Main Street. And the town saw an opportunity to meet multiple housing goals by sort of combining our efforts on these 2 projects so that one project could serve the needs of extremely low and low income residents, and the other project could serve the needs of moderate income workers. So to do that, we entered into a development agreement with the town in 2023 that governed both Galena and the West Main site. However, the projects are different enough that we've decided or been told by our attorneys that we need 2 separate agreements. And so one of the items in your packet is an updated development agreement that's just for Galena Street that will govern our relationship on the project moving forward. Next slide, please. So as a workforce housing development, 602 Galena will serve households earning up to 120% AMI or about $102,000 for a 1-person household. This income bracket includes a lot of workers that are essential to maintaining Frisco's high quality of life, like public safety officers, healthcare workers, pharmacy technicians, municipal employees. And 602 Galena was included as a planned project in the housing needs assessment, and it will help the county meet its workforce housing needs. Next slide, please. The proposed development will include demolition of the existing office building and construction of a new 3-story building with both on-street and off-street parking. The on-street parking is going to be funded by state infrastructure grants, which were awarded to the town, and it'll also feature some EV charging stations. 20 of these on-street spaces are going to be open to the public, and 9 will be dedicated to the residents, who will also have use of the on-site parking in the parking lot. There will be 54 units in the building, ranging from studios to 2 bedrooms, and each unit will have its own washer dryer and bikes and ski storage. And the all-electric building will be energy efficient, meeting or exceeding the Zero Energy Ready Homes standard. And the town will also be master leasing 5 units for town employees. I also want to mention that while households up to 120% of the area median income can qualify for residence, the rents are actually planned to be set lower, under 100% AMI when you net out utility allowances for tenant paid utilities. And an affordability covenant on the property will ensure that the units remain affordable in perpetuity. Next slide, please. So the town owns the land and it will continue to do so. There is a ground lease that will enable us to build and operate the project while the town continues to own the land. And I believe that's also in your packet. To keep the property affordable over time, the town's housing authority will also have a small percentage ownership in the project owner entity that will convey a tax exemption on the building. The town will have a right of first refusal and purchase option on the building as outlined in the development agreement that's in your packet. So the town can purchase the property should NHP ever choose to exit. We're also requesting that the town provide funding to close the gap on this project, and I'll talk more about that in the next couple of slides. On the NHP side, our responsibilities will be, as a nonprofit 501c3, we will be the borrower of the 501c3 bonds, which make up the majority of the financing structure for the project. We'll be using our organizational guarantee to backstop or guarantee the full amount of the bonds. This helps us get the lowest interest rate possible, which is about like 4.25%, which is well below conventional financing rates. This enhancement basically allows us to borrow about $5 million more than we could with just conventional debt. In addition to that, we'll also be acting as the developer, so we'll provide all the construction and financing guarantees, and then as operator, and we'll be responsible for providing all the operating and compliance guarantees and making sure that we're complying with all the income requirements. We will oversee a local third-party property management company, Quorum, and we'll be providing on-site property management. Next slide, please. So to fund this workforce housing development, we'll be relying on tax-exempt 501c3 bond-funded debt. This is a construction to permanent source of funds, and it has pretty flexible financing requirements and a very low interest rate, as I mentioned on the last slide. The bonds will be issued by either Colorado's Middle Income Housing Authority, MIHA, or perhaps by a national issuer like Wisconsin Public Finance Authority. If MIHA issues the bonds, they will likely serve in the owner entity as the housing authority providing the property tax exemption rather than Frisco's housing authority for simplicity's sake. If we go with a national issuer, then the town housing authority would need to play that role as a property tax exemption provider. Over $2 million in state grant funds will finance the infrastructure work on the project and pay permit and tap fees. The Strong Communities and More Housing Now grants have already been awarded to the town of Frisco for this project. They have spending deadlines associated with them, which require the funds to be spent on Strong Communities by fall 2026. And the town has already put out a solicitation for the infrastructure work on this project to start the work under the grant. The remaining funds would come from local sources, including the town. There are loan documents in your packet for a loan that would allow us to start work on the project in May, which would ensure that the first county deadline of starting work this summer is not missed. I think that the town has been having discussions with the county and other agencies to help fund the gap. And perhaps Tom will be talking more about this during work session or on the full agenda.
I definitely will.
Great. And then could you skip to slide 8, please? So just skip over the next one. Okay, perfect. We'll go back to that one in a minute. So these are the sources and uses for the project as presented at work session on February 25th. With the $3.2 million the town had agreed to provide previously, there's an outstanding gap of approximately 4.9 left to fill, which is around 80,000 a unit. And if we could go back to slide 7. So there's a lot going on here. There are a lot of moving pieces and deadlines to hit when it comes to planning out the financing and construction schedules for this project. So I thought I would talk through them with you. On the construction side, the county deadlines of demolishing the office building by this July and building the new units by July 2027 is a couple deadlines we have to keep in mind. The Strong Communities and More Housing Now spending deadlines are another. And then the third one that's pretty big and driving a lot of what you see on the schedule is the need to get the building enclosed before winter really begins, so we can avoid those increased costs associated with building during the winter. So if we want to get the new building enclosed by mid-November, we need to start construction on that building in late June, early July. And to do that, we actually need to demolish the office building in May and start the infrastructure work that's funded by those grants right after that in June. So with those construction deadlines to meet, we also have some financing deadlines to pay attention to. We can finance the demolition quickly by closing on the town loan first, but the 501c3 bonds take longer to underwrite and market and paper up with legal documents. So to close in June, so we can start the construction in late June, we really need to be identifying all sources of funds, i.e. kind of having a plan to close the gap in April so that we can run fast with the bond issuer, the underwriter, the lawyers to get to that closing in June. And I should mention, as you can see on the schedule here under permitting, we're poised to start work on this project as soon as the financing is in place. Our building permit's under review. We're responding to the first round of reviewer comments. We expect our demo permit to be approved pretty shortly. We're negotiating contracts with the general contractor. So the financing is really the integral piece to tie it all together. So with that, I'll close my presentation and I'm happy to answer any questions or talk further about any of these points.
I got a question on the first refusal for the town to purchase it if you guys leave. What would be like the price of that? Is it just the existing price of what it is, or would it be contingent on like we put in 10 million, the project's 30 million, you're putting in some money, there's grants in money, what would we look like if we wanted to buy that from you?
Or if we had to.
If we had to.
Yeah, so what you see in your packet in the development agreement, this is for first reading, talks about a price that matches a third-party bona fide offer minus some amount of any excess proceeds so that the town could be repaid for its loan. I think this is something that maybe Thad and Tom and others will mention, like we're still negotiating some points. I think this is something that could use a little more refinement because our bond financing is basically maxed out. We're borrowing at a 1.0 debt coverage ratio, which means all the money we have to pay debt service is going to pay debt service. It's really the full economic value of the property. So the subsidy that we're requesting from the town is really over and above what the property is worth. And so our position would be that we would like the right of first refusal or right of first offer price to be matching a third-party bona fide offer, essentially fair market value for the property.
So if we didn't buy it and went to a third party, they would pay you for the 10 million that we put into it?
They would.
Our 10 million would be gone and sold to somebody else.
No, it would remain on the property as an assumable obligation.
And that means?
Meaning that the loan would remain a debt of the property. to the extent it remained a loan. The loan being proposed right now goes down over time.
Yep.
On a pro rata basis over 30 over 30 years. So what he's saying is in that instance, if it was sold to some third party, it'd be sold to third party, to that third party, subject to our loan. It would still owe the town the money. So he said the town would be out its 10 million
Yeah.
and they would get the money. Well,
Well,
no, the town would
wouldn't-
still be owed 10 million on the loan.
With interest.
So we're getting
Well,
paid
with-
back
with-
that
with
ten.
nominal, it was nominal interest. Sorry.
It is proposed as a forgivable loan over 30 years, over the 30-year amount of the financing.
Yeah.
So that's a pro rata share over that 30 years. So it depends on when that sale would happen.
15 years in, there would be 15 years left on the loan.
Right.
Which would continue to be forgiven on an annual basis, presuming that the new purchaser complied with the affordability.
But if a third party purchased the the building, we would still own the underlying property because it's under a lease. The project would still have to be operated as an affordable housing project. That would never get stripped away from the property.
Even though it would be sold as a market value?
No, it would not be.
No, they're saying for market value, whatever that is, given the restrictions.
I got you.
Right.
You know, I understand that. And I look at the total cost of this project, being what, 30 million. So we're pretty much putting a third of the money in. Pretty much a third. 10 million, putting in 10 million.
It's about 8, but if you include the property, yeah.
It's 10. Including the property and what the county put in, all that's 10. We're pretty much a third of an owner of that project. And, you know, how can we hang on to a third of that, of ownership of that? I hate to see us just, take our 10 million and give away the ownership of the property.
Well, but that's what the council told us when
Yeah.
we went into this, is that we didn't want to be the owner of the property. That's where this whole concept came from.
Yeah. And I don't want to go back. I just don't understand that. When you put $10 million into a project and the council said, well, we don't want to own it, but we want to throw 10 million in there. It's kind of.
Well, our interest is producing workforce housing.
Yeah.
In our town.
Yeah.
Right, and so.
And it's about $160,000 a unit.
That is correct.
So we're subsidizing it at $160,000 a unit, pretty much for 54 units.
Yes.
But have no ownership in it.
Yeah, it's as a loan, we're getting paid back and then we end up with.
We're getting paid back.
The 10 million, we end up.
That is not, it's forgivable over the 30 years.
Oh,
One thirtieth of it goes away every year that it remains an affordable project until there is nothing left to be repaid after 30 years.
yeah, so 160 a door to have workforce housing in our town as opposed to not.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, the
Basically
town
the deal.
will own it all at the end of the ground lease period. The ground, all of the improvements, whatever is there. Right, that's how ground leases work.
Yeah, we'll own the ground.
No, you will own the ground and everything that's been.
The building and
the project, the building.
And that's 60 years?
75, I think.
I
think.
Where did we end up on the ground lease? Can someone pipe in?
Yeah, 75.
Thank you.
It was 60 before.
It was.
Yeah.
But that's how ground leases work, right? You ground lease dirt to somebody, if they build something on it, when the ground lease ends, you not only own the dirt, you own everything they built on. Without any additional payment, it's just the ground lease ends and it is yours.
It is transferred right over to it after that 75 year.
Don't even transfer over to it, it's just by operation of law, it's ours now, it's no longer subject to the lease.
Okay. So we own it.
75 years.
In 70, yeah. But we start collecting the rents and that comes our acre. I like 60 better, but. Yeah. I'm just looking at the, our financial future.
I understand.
And get clarity on our $10 million, of where we're going and how we're getting it back and, but. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, to me, I kind of look at it as, I really just look at it as 160 a door, which is equal or lesser than what Summit County and Breckenridge are paying for the same thing.
Yeah.
At this point.
And I think you're still looking at it, and we were getting paid back for that money.
Oh, yeah, and it is considerably more than when we first started in this process.
Yeah.
And, that is the thing, and
That's what I'm saying.
I don't love that personally, when we started this process.
5 million.
35,000 a door is what we were talking.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is in this world and in this economy and all, workforce housing is relatively reasonable with the people's money at 160 a door.
But I think when this started, we were looking at $3 to $4 million, and now we just doubled
Right. Well,
our money that we're putting in, so.
That's what I'm saying, and that's where it's, not ideal, but is it worth doing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the question. That's the decision. And that's the decision we'll end up having to make later. Is it worth doing for that much more? It's not great and it's not ideal.
Yeah.
That we've had to now change and put, so much
Double our
more
money.
into it and everything. But the bottom line is it worth it? And is this, what we want?
Yep. Nope.
Yeah.
This total number of the 10 million that's including that 4.9 million gap that we're currently facing,
Correct.
which could be reduced if we get anything from the county.
Yes.
It's kind of that, I don't know, for lack of better words, like rolling with the punches, like as this project evolved over time, there was just different funding things that happened where we just had to keep adjusting our goal, or not the goal, but how we were gonna get there.
But we just adjusted more than half of what we had planned to put in it. So adjusting and moving and adjusting is, we were looking at 4 million, now we're looking at 10 million. That's a big adjustment.
That's what it's all about right now. That's what the question's all about.
Oh, yeah.
What is that tolerance?
Yeah.
What if it goes up to $250,000?
Yeah.
That is.
No, I just wanted to know.
To you.
That's what's the utilitarian value of this to the town, the taxpayer,
Right.
the council.
I agree. It's major. It's an incredible amount of money. And it's not what we began this journey, thinking we were gonna do. Is it still worth it at 160 a door? Right?
Yeah. Well, I like it better that after the ground lease is done, we're acquiring that property. That makes me feel a little bit better with 10 million, we'll all be dead by then, but.
I would
Speak for yourself.
So, I feel better with that there is an end game and we're ending up, and we are ending up with something.
Right, you're ending up.
And I'm also not trying to be trite about what the goal of not owning and operating when we went into this, but that was the council's goal that they wanted to achieve.
But that's when it was 3 million, 4 million.
But they also, part of that was not creating an ongoing staffing burden for the town to have to operate that project. Whether that's the right theory moving forward for other projects, I'm not sure, but that's what we were trying to achieve.
Right, and that was the council at the time, which was very different now.
No.
Is this?
Well, it just, the back council in our behalf did not know it was 10 million. Yeah, so we have to look at changing and revolving, but I know we're over 2 years into this project. I don't want to hold it back, but like I said, the end game, eventually we're going to end up with that building in 75 years and
That's one of the values of doing a ground lease with property you own versus giving the property or selling the property underneath it.
And kind of that, Copper was always a lot of their buildings are on ground lease. And so they didn't, they had 99-year ground lease. Well, they're not getting that condo building from the condo owners in 99 years. So that's what I was kind of the ground lease That's how I looked at the ground leases, as Copper's Williams are ground lease for 99 years.
So those are ownership condos above them, right?
Right,
Yeah.
As opposed to a rental product like
Yeah.
we're producing.
yeah. That's interesting. That's,
You know, ownership condos may be for a term of years, 99.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They can't have created a longer condominium term estate than the ground lease under which it is operating. So I do not assume that those condos will not go away in 99 years, they may well, in terms of the private ownership.
Yeah.
Right, because everything goes back.
Yeah, and a lot of them end up buying the ground lease from, buying it, but yeah. Okay. Help me. Small.
We are at 10 minutes, just so we know. Before our next item. But,
Any other questions for Lauren or Neil? You can take a break, or if that can go right into what you got.
Yes, I can, we can have a longer dinner.
Do we think we're good, like, so this leading into what we have to do for the regular meeting, I think now is a better time to hash stuff out than us hashing it out during, the meeting time, so if anybody doesn't have any objections, we'll just take a break real quick.
And I mean, as a rookie, I would ask my senior council members, what opposition we might be feeling to approving this, or is there anything that we need to consider further than what Dan has brought up? I don't know if that's an appropriate question.
Yeah, oh, absolutely appropriate, yeah. I mean, I think, if you feel that this is well beyond what we should be doing and where we should be, then, that's how you should be voting. Right?
I think what you're asking is what is that?
What hesitations,
Yeah,
are there hesitations?
it's the largest amount of money that the town has ever committed out of the housing fund.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys get.
That's a good way. Maybe the committed, hard stop.
Well, I mean, $10 million for Soapside Hall.
Yeah, we built that.
So,
Okay.
what we're contemplating on Granite Street is gonna be a little bit more than that. But
Oakside Hall is a public facility that doesn't provide 52 units of housing, correct? But this provides 52 doors that adds to our electorate and rental housing, but that still folks that can vote in Frisco and
And that can work.
work here and provide, avenues. So I'm looking to you all for some perspective as to what we might be hesitant.
I think some of the discussion, so I wasn't on the council that started this, but some of the discussion now is just the drastic change that was brought to us as far as the amount of our contribution. It's significant, as Dan said, a significant change that was originally put out. And I think that's, when I think of this, to me, that's kind of the controversy, if there's controversy, is that there's been a big change. Again, like Andy just said, that's something we all, when you look at that 160 per door, which it probably did not hit, probably just, Andy liked to say, there's always an ask.
Well, yeah, actually, I would hope, and hopefully someone could back us up here. This is the end of the asks. If we start getting into this building and we come forward with another 5 million of asks, that is well far beyond where we would want to be.
I'm sure you could actually.
I would say, or what you have.
Yeah. Trust our partners in this venture, but once it's in contract, things could change.
And that's what the development agreement is.
And we are teetering on, this is we have the money. Don't have much more than that.
This is what we have.
No, as I've been describing to you in individual meetings I have with you, is the town commits this amount of money, more than what they've already committed to the project. That's gonna suck up a significant portion of our fund balance in the housing fund. We also have already made commitment future to the 101 West Main project, which we can still afford, but we're gonna have to really rethink the whole housing fund and its longer term future in achieving the overall housing plan because of these large dollar amounts that we're gonna be putting out for these significant projects that also meet the goals of the housing plan.
Tom, in our one-on-one meeting, if you don't mind, could you go over what happens if we don't move forward?
Sure. And I think Lauren did a pretty good job of alluding to some of those things along the way. But I've kind of been listing them as my list of terribles that start to happen if we don't move forward. First of all, when we purchased the property from the state, they put certain conditions on the property. The two major conditions were that it has to be used for affordable housing. If we go through with the project, we'll have achieved that. The other obligation is already completed. They have already relocated to another place. We were obligated to help them find another place to operate the workforce center. That's already done. The county helped us purchase the property. Lauren alluded to two deadlines, one for demolition of the current building and then one for occupying a new housing development. If we don't meet those deadlines, if we have no project moving forward, the county would likely say, well, you're not really meeting the obligation that we went into, so we want our money back. If we were close to meeting those deadlines, we could probably have a different conversation with the county about whether we owe that money back. Then there's the grants themselves. It was alluded to about $2 million of state grant money. Both of those grants have deadlines associated with them, have milestones associated with them, that if we're not constructing this summer, we're not going to meet them. The money associated with those grants, we will no longer be eligible for. It will go back into the state system. It will be more difficult for us to achieve other grants in the future if we don't perform on these. And then the last one is, well, there's two more. One of them is a little bit more esoteric, but if we don't move forward with this project with NHP, we have to unravel our relationship with them. They have committed hundreds of thousands of dollars already to get this project to the point of being ready to issue a building permit and be ready for financing. I'm sure everything would be amicable if we said we're parting ways. It's still going to take time, and they're going to expect payment for the work that they've done up front in order to get something out of that for the town in the future. You can imagine that if we did unravel that and we still wanted to go forward with a project, it would take significant time to bring that project back with new developers, new builders, new relationships, such as that. But then the big thing, which is looking at what our strategic plan says and what our strategic housing plan says. We're not, if we don't go forward with this project, we are at the same place we are today at achieving those goals. We're no further. So those are my list of terribles.
Right, and that compounds, like, so say we didn't go forward and we got to pay back, everything else within there. And, that's without going 10 million in the future to do it again, right? So unraveling is a costly time, effort, money kind of option. And for me personally, and this is my own thing, I've been in this and I've been working on this for years to get workforce housing out of the ground.
Yep.
And it's it's unfortunate that we keep getting these, that the price keeps going up. But as we know in this world, the price keeps going up. everywhere, so that's, you know, again, we're not at $250 a door, you know, that would be, I think, a different consideration. Looking at what everyone else is doing around us, right? We are kind of running out of time, or we have run out of time. But does that sort of answer where we're at?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had conversations in the past where there would be an ask or something would go sideways and, you know, we were like, oh no. And then there was all these intricacies that somehow between staff and NHP, those things would just get smooth and combined. I don't know how to explain it, but we are where we are.
We threw more money at it. We ran it and then we threw another $1 million.
Well, there was like a lot of like funding conversations and things went this way and then, oh no, we're not doing that. We're gonna go this way. And there's just been a lot of hiccups and just some nuances to making this happen. And so I sit here today, like, really something is here, you know, like after all this stuff, like.
Speed progress in the next.
Yeah, yeah.
Speed ground for it.
Yeah, because it's been what, 3 years?
It's been 3 years and
3 years since you started contemplating buying the property.
yes,
You started working with NHP in about February of 23.
right. And so again, you know, there have been grant opportunities that we did not meet or we didn't get that we were all hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of some of this gap too, you know, is just that these things didn't come through. And so then in the end, you got another $1 million. I hate that.
Yeah, it's now awesome, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where we're at.
That's another question, sorry.
Yeah.
We're kind of out of time. So if I understand this correctly, the biggest risk for us right now, if we approve this and go forward, is if you don't meet the grant requirement, then we will lose the grant money and have to pay that.
As we're moving forward, that's a definite risk.
So we would lose the eligibility for the grant money because we haven't received it's a payback system. You spend it first and then you get reimbursed. So we would lose the eligibility for it for this project.
And then it would go up.
That's one of the risks. The other risk is the $1.5 million from the county. So you're at about $3.5 million of other people's money. That $2 million of that we just wouldn't receive, which means there's another hole in the funding of the project, and then $1.5 million that we would have to pay back.
Are those things that the town of Frisco can cover? Let's say worst case scenario.
Well, we have said that we will.
Worst case scenario, I mean, yes, I mean, we've already made the obligations, right?
And maybe
It's a scary proposition.
all the money that we would have to pay NHP for all their work that they've been doing.
That's if we didn't do it.
Right,
But
I
if
thought
you-
that's.
No, if we did the dates
Oh.
or the grants.
it's the date.
And, you know, so in other words, we didn't, you know, get dried in by November or
Gotcha.
something. And then, have people moving in.
No, I just missed her question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's pressure there. There's definite pressure there, you know, on NHP and on us.
And, you know, that pressure's put on by the grantors because they want projects to happen.
Yeah. I want you sitting on money.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
I would say one thing maybe also to consider with this, however you make your calculation, is this agreement has an HP running and operating. That's it doesn't have to be that way. But I like the idea of our town now running and operating for its business management.
That's where we were at too.
Yeah. That was kind of like the ownership as well. It was like, you know, is this the business we need to be in? the business we need to be in is producing, is actually putting out workforce housing. That's what we had decided as a council at that point, right? And
Well, in 75 years, we're giving the asset, we're giving an asset.
And if you're thinking forward to 101 West Main, which is coming in the future for further discussion, it'll be the same relationship. It'll be under a ground lease once we purchase that property with a grant that we're processing right now.
Already is.
With our first reading of it already.
Yep.
we should probably move on, but what are the chances that 101 comes with another big ask?
You've already committed to that.
Right, yeah, to what that ask is, but as to Martin's point, like, is there a possibility of?
Well, I mean, let's get through one.
Yeah.
It's a wise answer in my view, because we're not gonna see construction pricing until 2026.
Right.
If we get awarded the LIHTC financing in May. So I can't tell you what that's gonna do.
Yeah,
Is
okay.
Diane-
Sorry. Okay. We move on to our next item, which is, thank you, Neil.
And I would just like to say, I really wanted to thank both the staff and the council for their commitment to making workforce housing happen. It's not easy anywhere, and it's harder in the mountains, and we really appreciate your partnership.
Very good. We appreciate you as well. Thank you, Neil.
Take care.
Thank you. We'll
Yeah.
see you again for the full meeting later.
Very good. Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, that's fine. So we're just gonna take a couple minutes before we get into the open meetings law and ethics for elected officials, which is from that. Welcome to the, to drinking from the fire. Thunderdome. Thunderdome. Come on. You're in it all. That's the money, Yeah. That's right. Your people. Yeah. As opposed to trying to do something. I think feeding us today.
You guys are doing training now?
Yeah.
I'll see you at 6:30.
Sounds good.
Records.
Well, we can still do all right on the quiz. All I'm gonna say.
So did that provide you good information? I mean, it's hard to absorb, isn't it?
Absolutely, and with the exception of asking every council member which way they were leaning, that was the most roundabout way I thought I could do it.
You did great.
Certainly have my perspective, and I know what I want to have with it, so we'll see how it goes this evening.
Good. Well, we want to make you guys at least comfortable with where it was all at. What color?
What's that?
What color?
This one.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna come back, they have public comment.
They're probably, I think I talked to them before.
Have you?
I think they're in the.
They're in a duplex.
Oh, they're in a duplex.
Yeah, they just, since last summer, they just have a lot of questions about like how's parking gonna be handled.
Right.
Things like that. So they just comment.
Okay. Yep. We're starting our vacation that day. We'll be in Cancun when it starts.
What event? What's the
Super Soul here.
It's a great mix of for the character getting made, so. Wants to be there, you know. Take some seats.
I've got my group of friends from Mexico coming in again on Thursday.
Oh, good.
Yeah, flying Thursday night. And Monday. I thought about getting up again on the Tubing Hill, but they got so many other things they want to do. Decided we couldn't fit it in. Thank you.
Other Mexico talks. Mexico City.
Only one of the four. They were good. We socialized. But out of the whole, one, another was two. No, so. So we use our translators, be patient with each other, pidgin, English or Spanish, as the case may be.
You meet them diving down there?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, did I just see on the calendar, is one of your daughters getting married?
Indeed, June the 14th. Yeah, and it's hard to tell her birthday. But yeah, she might eventually. Yeah.
So where's she getting married?
She is getting married at the the Botanic Gardens at Chatfield. So yeah, they have a nice kind of open air facility and several buildings and gardens, and they do weddings, so it'll be great. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
I'm working on, she called me about a year ago, asked if I wanted to come cry in public at her wedding, and I said, yeah, of course I do. So I started working on it.
Sorry, Saj.
No, that's okay.
Good, you have it done?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm getting, I can get through about.
Makes you cry.
Yeah, I can get through about 2/3 of it. I'll get a couple of laughs and I'll see if I can get through. The dad's speech for my daughter who is to be wed on June 14th.
Oh,
I'm working my way through and trying to hold my shit together. So, yeah, we're excited.
I like when the dads cry.
Yeah, well, they're gonna like it.
You know what I mean, like when they're.
Doing it without, yeah, I'm gonna just do it. I've got a really cute story to incorporate though.
Perfect, those are always great.
Yeah, she knows I'm gonna. Only a little bit to embarrass her, but we've been getting on top. So. They went, the pastor, right, as they all do, say you have to come to some counseling sessions before we're married. Counseling session, second or third or whatever, so toward the end, the pastor, a lady, asked them each to describe what it is they love about the other. And so Ben starts, and according to Danielle called me like immediately after getting home from all of this stuff, she said, Ben said such beautiful things. She said, I don't think there was an adjective that you could use to nicely describe someone else or your love for them that he did not use. And she said, so then she turned to me and she said, well, Danielle, what do you love about Ben? And she said, I just kind of froze because I couldn't think of a single thing that he already said. And I didn't want to sound like, a copycat, like I couldn't come up with anything. So I said, Dad, I told her I loved how much Ben was confident in himself. And I told her how much I loved the way that Ben was confident in our relationship. And she said, and then I just froze and couldn't come up with anything. So to make the story a little cuter, apparently they both go home and Danielle says to Ben, you know, I thank you for all those beautiful things that you said. It was really nice. And apparently without skipping a beat, he said, yeah, and I'm so glad you're confident. To me, that showed a little bit of maturity in the relationship. I think it'll make a nice story.
Exciting.
Shall we roll right into agenda item number 3?
You bet we should.
Yeah.
Legal training. Yay. I'm gonna start with discussion of the open meeting. And usually I start with a few statements, but this time I'm gonna start with a question for our previous members. Did you know or realize as you were moving towards this position you now find yourself in that in doing so, you were going to lose some of your First Amendment rights? Some of your First Amendment rights to speech, some of your First Amendment rights to association. Did you realize going in that that was going to happen to you?
Yes.
To be stripped of some of your constitutional rights under the First Amendment. As you all know, under the First Amendment, free speech, freedom of association, we are all free to associate with whomever we please, whenever we please, and say whatever we please to them, and to hear them say whatever they please to us. And that's just not the case quite for governmental officials under the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Have either of you heard the old saying about how law and sausage are alike? Okay. The other thing is that you might like both law or a given law and sausage or a given piece of sausage, but you don't want to see either one of them being made. A messy process. It's not pretty to watch. It's the old thing, but apparently that is not a saying that the electorate or the General Assembly of Colorado believes, because the declaration of policy that at the beginning of the Colorado Open Meetings Act is that it is declared to be a matter of statewide concern, that the formation of public policy is public business and may not be conducted in secret. Supreme Court has described the Open Meetings Law, and I'm quoting again here, as reflecting the considered judgment of the Colorado electorate that democratic government best serves the Commonwealth if its decisional processes are open to public scrutiny. So the purpose of this memo, my presentation today, is to answer essentially 4 questions. Who's covered by the law? What is a meeting in the Open Meetings Act? When are executive sessions permitted? An executive session meaning a private session of the council, not open to the public, open to public scrutiny or review. And what happens when the law is violated? So let's start with who's covered by the law. The operative provisions of the Open Meetings Act state that all meetings of a quorum or 3 or more members of any local public body, whichever is fewer, at which any public meeting is discussed or at which any formal action may be taken, are declared to be public meetings open to the public at all times. Okay. The statute then goes on to define local public body very broadly, and suffice to say, it includes the council, but it includes any other board, commission, formally constituted decision-making or recommendation-making body of the municipality. So, for instance, a police advisory committee. You've heard of municipalities that have a police advisory committee. That is a local public body whose meetings must be open to the public. Worthy of note here, though, is that persons on the administrative staff of a local public body are specifically excluded from the definition of a local public body. So what that means is that, let's talk about this, all meetings of quorum or 3 or more members of any local public body. Well, a quorum in the case of council is 4, and 3 is obviously fewer than our quorum 4. So any meeting of 3 or more members of the town council is what is prohibited to happen, right, without public notice of being open to the public. Having said that, 2 members of council can meet all they want with each other or with any number of members of the town staff. 2 counselors and 10 staff members is not a meeting night, right? It's all about, the council members. Well, it's a meeting. So,
Open meeting,
sorry?
there's not an open meeting.
There's not an open meeting, mate, yeah, there's not a meeting under the Open Records Act, mate. What is a meeting? Again, very broadly defined, an employee as any kind of gathering convened to discuss public business in person, by telephone, electronically, or by other means of communication. The statute was amended some years ago as we came into the age of the internet. Actually, it took quite a while after the internet. It's not like 10 or 15 years, I think. But the statute didn't used to refer to electronic communications. And so that got added because of the habit that people wanted to get into of doing serial emails. So Councilmember A sends an email to Councilmember B. I'm assuming for this discussion, they are discussing public business. Okay, so not that. And Mary needs B, they're discussing public business. Have we violated the open meetings law? No. We've only got 2 of you so far. But then Councilmember B decides they're going to forward this on to Councilmember C. I think you just had a meeting, right? I think you just had an electronic meeting of 3 or more members of the same public body. Even though it didn't happen, it wasn't a Zoom meeting. This statute was written to refer to electronic communications before there were such things as Zoom meetings. So I'm pretty sure they got an email, and we haven't had the case go up yet, but those folks like me who practice municipal law for a living think that that's what they meant. They were trying to get after serial emails traveling between more than 2. The Supreme Court has said, part of that was convened to discuss public business. What does that mean? Convene to discuss public business. Supreme Court took up this question in a case where 2 county commissioners, and remember 2 county commissioners is a quorum, right? So they just had a meeting. 2 county commissioners cannot meet under the Open Meetings Act, unlike 2 council members.
Do different counties have different county commissioners?
No, county commission.
We have 3.
Yeah, I think it's already 3 under state statutes.
Understood.
Yeah, so at any rate, this case arose because 2 members of the Castilla County Commission attended a meeting at the state. The meeting was being held by CDPHE. It was a general meeting open to the public. This wasn't some private meeting between the local and the state administrators. This was a general meeting open to the public in which CDPHE was giving a presentation on some potential state regulations that may have had an impact in Castillo County. So you had 2 of the commissioners interested in it. While they were interested in it, was the extent of it. Right? This was none of the, from a regulatory or governmental standpoint, this meeting was nothing of concern to the Board of Commissioners, right? Nothing they could have acted on, nothing they could have impacted. And in holding that the Open Meetings Act was not violated by the, it would have been just fine had the county clerk noticed, right, provided a posted public notice of the fact that who are county commissioners plan to attend this meeting on such and such a date at such and such a time, right? It's open to the public, that would have made all of this copacetic, but they didn't do that. And they were challenged afterwards, and the Supreme Court held that no, and I'm quoting the Supreme Court here, the Supreme Court said there must be a demonstrated link between the meeting in question and the policy-making powers of the government entity holding or attending the meeting. So again, these 2 commissioners didn't have any policy-making authority. They were there to listen to what CDPHE had to say about their proposed regulations, presumably to go back over the board. So at any rate, this holding is consistent with the provisions of the meeting law that provide that a chance meeting or a social gathering in which the discussion of public business is not the primary purpose does not fall within the definition of a meeting. So, example, 3 of you find yourselves in line at the grocery store. 3 of you meet 3 members of the town council. Find yourself, coincidentally enough, in line at the grocery store. Maybe you're in line at the lift, wherever you may find yourself. If it is a chance social gathering, you need not be concerned that you can't say a word about the town of Frisco. You can. I still don't suggest you go into detailed policy making discussions because just because you happen to have chanced into someone or to someone's. But the point is, the statute recognizes the reality of social situations, and if it is a chance meeting or if it is a social gathering at which the discussion of public business is not the primary purpose. Again, not a meeting. Otherwise, we'd have concerns about the holiday party. We'd have concerns about three or more council members at the same time attending, say, the employee appreciation lunch or event or whatever the case may be. So again, the statute recognizes chance meetings and social gatherings where that isn't the purpose as not being a meeting under the act. Let's see, I've talked about emails. Executive sessions. When are executive sessions permitted? The statute is very specific and provides only A, B, C, D, E, 6 reasons, 6 statutory reasons that the council can go into an executive session. The statute is, we heard a little bit about this the other day because we went into an executive session, right, at your meeting, if I'm not mistaken. The statute is very particular about it. First of all, the agenda, the posted notice of the agenda, which has to happen at least 24 hours before any meeting to make it qualified or appropriate or legal meeting of the Open Meetings Act, to make it non-violative of the Open Meetings Act. That post notice, that of the agenda. That notice is to include specific information on the agenda items to the extent possible. So while it is possible to sort of on the fly have a reason come up in a meeting to go into an executive session, usually the reason for the executive session is going to be known 24 hours in advance. And if that's the case, it needs to appear as part of the agenda. The listing on the agenda of the executive session is to contain as much, because remember, all of this is about transparency in government. And this is about an exception to transparency where government is allowed to be secretive. So they're very particular about when that happens and how that happens, essentially, under the statute. So you can only go for the enumerated 6 reasons. I'll run through them real quick. But the first is discussion of real or personal property. So this is about buying or selling real estate, not a conversation you want to have publicly, and talking about how much you might be willing to pay for a piece of property, how much you might be willing to accept from somebody who wants to buy a piece of property. You understand the need for the secrecy and attorney conferences. So while the presence of an attorney for the town doesn't make the executive session qualify, the purpose of the executive session is to receive legal advice on specific legal questions, and that is a permitted reason. Third is to deal with matters that are required to be kept confidential under state or federal law. Say there was a personnel matter that involved a workers' compensation claim and the need to discuss medical issues that were personal to some employee. That might be one reason to go in. There are sometimes the town comes into, it's rare, sometimes the town comes into possession for good reasons of trade secrets, confidential, commercial, financial, geotechnical information. This is sometimes what someone might be looking to purchase a piece of property from the town. So I want to put it to this use. I've got this great new technology. I'll share it with you, but you can't tell anybody about it. You can't talk about it in public. So again, you can trade secrets, anything that is required to be kept confidential under state or federal law can be brought in and discussed in executive session. Security arrangements or investigations. So you don't want the police chief talking with you in detail about the latest, security system here at town hall or for our records, whatever the case may be. You talk about that stuff privately. Personnel matters. Here's a bigger one. The personnel matters is primarily to protect the employee, right, from not having their employment discussed publicly. People have privacy interests, right, that have to be protected by an employee. But it does not allow the discussion under a personnel matter of any member of a local public body. So if you have a problem with one of your fellow council members, you not properly characterized a personnel matter, that you can take into executive session. Also, the appointment of any person to fill a vacancy in a local public body or elected office. So the discussion that council had owing your appointment, for instance, would not have been appropriate to take into executive session. And then finally, documents protected under the open records law. I will do a brief presentation at a future meeting on the open records law now, and just, put it where what you should be aware of in the open records law is that if you are using your computer to create an email that talks about public business with another council member or maybe the town staff, while there are some exceptions, the likelihood is that you have just created a public record that the town would have to disclose, ask you for a copy of, and disclose to someone who's made an appropriate request for it. Now, as I say, there are limited exceptions to that, but generally speaking, if you're busy talking with town staff member or another council member about public business, you've just created a public record that people can get their hands on. So be aware of that. And the fact that it's on your computer or your server or your internet provider or your email provider doesn't make a bit of difference. It's the nature of the communication and the nature of you as a government official making it. If necessary, and this has happened in Summit County, it's been for years, if necessary, the court will order you to hand over your computer so that a forensic IT scientist can review the deleted messages, right? We all, I think, are aware that we press delete on an email message, and the likelihood is that it's there in 3 years. It's on your hard drive, right? Until it gets written over randomly, it's there. It has not been deleted. And can and will be retrieved under a court order. So just not to scare you too much, but be aware. You are writing with staff members or to or from staff members or with other public officials who are likely creating public records, likely to be subject to disclosure. Going into executive session requires under state statute that the purpose, everything that's on the agenda, the purpose of the executive session, including the cite to the particular statutory section that allows it, has to be made in open session. There has to be a supermajority. So if we have 7 present, 5 of them must vote to go into executive session to accomplish that action. 4 to 6 is fine. It's a 2/3 majority. So you need 5 to 7. Let's see. What happens when the law is violated? The underlying goal of the open meetings law is compliance. It's not punishment. It's not a criminal. It doesn't set up criminal violations for failures to comply with its provisions. Courts can enforce the requirements of the open meeting law through an injunction. If courts find that an action was taken, I'm putting air quotes around action, a formal action was taken by a local public body outside of a properly posted and held public meeting that was open to the public, they have been known to avoid such actions and say, you know what, I can do it again, following proper procedures like the Meetings Act. With respect to an executive session, the provisions are particularly burdensome on a violation. Someone who claims that the council is going into executive session, and the other thing you should know is that executive sessions are recorded. I think you're aware of that. The town is obligated to keep those recordings for a period of 90 days. We're waiting to see if anybody challenges us on the propriety of the executive session. If nobody challenges us after 90 days, we're free to destroy the tapes, that sort of thing. If somebody does challenge us, though, the first thing the judge is going to do is call an in-camera, meaning in chambers, private review, and he or she are going to sit down and they're going to listen to that tape and make an initial determination of whether discussion got off topic. I guess. And if it did get off topic, the really bad news is the remedy is the judge is going to say, this is not public. So, as you might imagine, embarrassment, right? Public embarrassment, public criticism, criticism in the press, criticism by members of the public for the lack of transparency is the primary means by which the statute seeks to enforce its requirements, right? So nobody's going to jail. We could get a redo. There could be some action that we thought had been accomplished, which itself can have its own bad consequences, right? If it was an agreeable contract or something else, right, that had some implications in and of itself. But that in a nutshell is the Open Meetings Act. I will tell you that in addition to making the recording of the finding that the Open Meetings Act was violated with respect to a discussion, executive session, not only will the court make the transcript public, they will also order that the town pay the attorney's fees of the person who brought the challenge. Conversely, if the town wins and the court says, no, your executive session was fine, we don't get our attorney's fees. So just let you know how the statute works. It tends to bend in favor of people who are interested in enforcing transparency. All right, so that's that one. Any questions?
I will say that the reason that you have staff around you that work very hard so that we don't violate these things.
Yes. Somebody wants to. Maybe also like pertaining to emails, like, cause that's the thing of like getting an email and forwarding it. You know, that's a question. It's probably best to like, if you're gonna forward to another council member, you just send it to Tom or the town manager, and then they would send it out, right? As far as, that's probably the way they go about that.
And it's very difficult to avoid sometime using your private email to, you know, it just happens, right? Every once in a while you press the wrong thing and it fills in wrong, or you're thinking you're in Outlook, but you're actually in Gmail, and those things happen. Just, you know, try to stay cognizant as much as possible. That's the reason we've provided you a town email and those types of things, so you can keep town business within our system.
I've had people email me to my personal email because they just know me, and they know my email, and so they send that to me, but it's town business. I forward it to my town email, and then it'll go to Tom or whatever. That's just how I handle that.
And to Tom's point about staff being aware and working to keep the council and its individual members out of any issues and the like. Well, I'll just come back and make the point because I gotta move on.
Sure.
If questions arise, don't hesitate to call me. Right? Tom can provide you with my cell phone number. I'm happy to provide you with my cell phone number. There are no dumb questions. Do not hesitate to ask. We are here to keep you. One of the better compliments I ever received was after a workshop of the council that I was not. I think it was a retreat, and the council was going through an exercise with some facilitator. What is the role of the town manager in your view? What should it be, right? What is the role of the finance director? What should it be? What is the role of the town attorney? What should it be? And I thought it was one of the best compliments that I ever got when somebody said guardrail. A town attorney should be a guardrail. Keep me from running. So, at any rate, moving on. Was that you, Andy?
Must have been Andy.
Oh, that's Andy. Oh, Andy. That's Andy. It's some years ago. Anyway, ethics in government, conflicts of interest and related issues. Can't do this in 5 minutes, so I don't know if we want to try to do it in 10.
They get food and we
get food.
If you can do it in 10, just do it in 10.
Conflicts of interest. First thing for you to know is that this area of ethics and conflicts of interest are governed by both state statutory provisions, in particular 2418-109, the Colorado Revised Statutes. And it is also dealt with in the town of Frisco by a local ethics code. Those state statutory provisions and local ethics code requirements are substantially similar in many respects. In some places they are identical, but in some places they are not. And the town of Frisco's ethics code is actually stricter than the state statute, and I'll get to that in a minute. 2418-109, Colorado Revised Statute, sets out rules of conduct for local government officials. Among other things, it prohibits local government officials from, and I'm quoting, performing an official act directly and substantially affecting to its economic benefit a business or other undertaking in which he either has a substantial financial interest or is engaged as counsel, consultant, representative, or agent. It's pretty broad. You're not to involve yourselves in matters that either directly affect or impact your finances, right? Some undertaking in which you have a substantial financial interest, or in which you are engaged as a counsel, consultant, representative, or agent. If you work for somebody that's coming before this body asking you to make a decision, you have a conflict of interest. You need to recuse yourself and not participate in that decision. Because as I say, you're engaged as a counsel, consultant, representative, or agent. The law doesn't assume you're going to act in a conflicted way, but the law makes sure you're not going to be given the opportunity. Let's put it that way. I think I've had the great pleasure of being in municipal practice for more than 32 years, and I'm very pleased to say that I have yet to experience a situation that involved public corruption based on a conflict of interest or anything like it. I think it's because of where I live and work in Colorado. I know that it would be very difficult for someone in my position, my professional position, out of, not to be too mean, but Louisiana, for instance, to say the same thing, right? Public corruption is rife in local governments in some states. We'll just leave it at that.
You picked an interesting state. Talk about that afterwards.
We can.
I have a story.
We can. I hear the Florida Panhandle isn't great either. That region, I don't know why. So what do you do if you have a conflict of interest? Well, first of all, if you think you might have a conflict of interest, but you're not sure, again, please give me a call, or please bring your question first to Tom. And, Tom has dealt with conflicts of interest in public officials for long enough that he's gonna have a pretty good sense of allowing it. And if he doesn't, I know that we'll get on the phone and we'll talk about it. They really are sort of fine, complex, and subtle questions sometimes, because it's just the relationships, financial, that take place in a small town are complex, right? You just can't. And oftentimes the same people who are primary business actors in the town, or consultants or professionals, are also the same people who are compelled to serve and do end up serving on the council. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it just means we have to be that much more aware. So what do you do if you have a conflict, or once you figured out that you have a conflict? And again, under the state statute, and this is the same under our local code, a member of the governing body of a local government who has a personal or private interest in any matter proposed or pending before the governing body shall disclose such interest to the governing body, and shall not vote thereon, and shall refrain from attempting to influence the decisions of the other members of the governing body and voting on the matter. So 3 rules: you disclose, you recuse, and you refrain from attempting to influence the remaining members. Some jurisdictions have rules on the third issue of refusal and then refraining to attempt to influence. That's what leads to the rule that says, we'd like you to get up and go out in the hallway. Thank you very much, right? At a minimum, I've never known anybody to allow a conflicted member who has recused themselves to stay up behind the dais. At a minimum, you come to the audience, if not going out in the hallway. Usually around here, I think people that has been practice. It's been practice, because refraining from attempting to influence the remaining members of the governing body and you're not conflicted includes things like, you know, sitting in the audience and smiling at things that you like and frowning at things that you don't. Just, we're not to attempt to influence. What's the difference with the local code? Why is the local code stricter, local ethics code stricter than state statutes? Because of provisions like this. Now from section 15-1B. While it is critical that board members and employees follow both the letter and spirit of this chapter, it is equally important that they strive to avoid situations that may create public perceptions of violations of this chapter. Perceptions of such violation can have the same negative impact on public trust as actual violations. I like this provision and I hate it because it takes what can already be complex and fine decisions and put just one more wrinkle on it to say, because there's been more than one occasion in the past where I've come to the conclusion, I don't think there's a technical conflict of interest here. But having said that, I also think that most people would think there would be. And if I have to sit and talk for 5 minutes about the facts and how those facts apply to the language of the state statute to come to the conclusion that there isn't a conflict of interest, maybe you ought to accuse yourself just on the perception. And I've had to have that discussion, even in your tenure, Tom. Yes. And many times over the years. Other major no-nos under our ethics code. No board member or employee in his or her official capacity may solicit or accept from any one donor a present or future gift, favor, loan, service, or thing of value whose cumulative value is more than $40 in a year. That's just an outright letter. Nor can you receive any gifts under circumstances be a reasonable person to believe that such gift, favor, loan, service, or thing of value was made, primarily given influencing or attempting to influence such board member or employee in connection with an official act, or as a reward for official action he or she has previously taken. So then we come up with a list. There's a long list in our local ethics code, the gift prohibition, of things that this gift prohibition does not apply to. I have provided the principal two that will concern you, though it is a longer list. Acceptance of food and refreshment at conferences, seminars, training sessions, luncheons and dinner meetings, special occasions, and other instances in connection with town business. And then, of course, campaign contributions that you report in the Fair Campaign Practices Act, though they get to you, are not a gift for ethics code purposes. There is a much longer list in the town code if you have a question about receiving something as a gift. Right? Look there first, and again, if you have any questions about it at all, ask Tom, and Tom will bring me in if necessary. Other prohibitions just to be aware of in our local ethics code don't exist in state statutes. No board member or employee shall engage in a substantial financial transaction for his or her private business purposes with a person who he or she inspects or supervises in the course of his or her official duties. I'll make up an example. The mayor, the former mayor, Gary Wilkinson, was a surveyor. He's a county surveyor, as a matter of fact. And I like antiques. I bought an antique years ago. It was a transom, right? The old transit. Thank you. The old brass and the wooden box and everything. I got it cheap at my neighbor's garage sale, I think, and I wasn't all that interested, and I would have loved to have sold it to him for nothing, right? But I can't, because I can't engage in a substantial financial transaction with somebody who supervises me as part of his official duties. So it's little things like that you might not even think about, right? That can get you in trouble with that. Talked about what to do if you have a conflict of interest. Bad news for you on this one. Conflicts of interest, ethical violations under the state statute are not like the Open Meetings Act. They can be prosecuted criminally. It is a crime, or can be a crime, to act in official capacity with a conflict of interest. Yay. it would be a decision by the state attorney general. But that, very different than the Open Meetings Act. This does have criminal sanctions for its violation. And what else? Conflict, again, beyond the state statutes under the local code, if a violation of the ethics code by any member of the town council is established to the satisfaction of the majority of the town council, violation shall be grounds for official reprimand. With respect to planning commission members, violations can lead to their removal by the council. And then violations by employees, because employees can violate, think about this, right? Unlike the Open Meetings Act, where employees are sort of carved out, yeah, you can meet with however many you want. Employees can take official actions, right, that benefit themselves personally, just like you can. And they are subject to the conflict of interest rules, just like a member of council. That is like, yeah, take 11 or 12. I'm happy to answer any question. And I really do encourage you to call me. I'll follow up on any of this, or if questions arise on any ethics or any issues.
Thank you.
With that we will take. Yes. would affect you.
He's ready.
Mhm.
You can walk over and make a noise. Like a box.
Hello, testing.
Oh, that's better.
I can hear that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you are on mic and recording.
Very much. Hello and welcome to the town council meeting for Frisco. I hereby call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. Can we get a roll call, please?
Ryan.
Here.
Allen.
Here.
Held.
Here.
Scripcheck Adrian. Hibby. Goldstein. And Incan is absent.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor to public comment. People making public comment must state their name and physical address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if council and or staff deem there is a response needed, we will choose to do so. The individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting and include your contact information. Do we have anyone in chambers who would like to make a public comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda? Doesn't look like anybody in chambers. Anybody online?
We just had a person join, just to repeat, if anyone has any public comment right now, go ahead and raise your hand on Zoom, but this is specifically for agenda topics that are not already scheduled on the agenda.
Like we do have somebody online that.
We just lost his camera. We lost the other gentleman who raised his hand.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes, please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'll be glad to. My name is Steve Gustafson, and I am a condo owner in the Timberline Cove condo complex behind the
Oh, wait, Steve, if I could just interrupt. This is actually on our agenda, and we will do public comment right before
Okay.
this item comes up.
You bet.
So thank you. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate that. And we will come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, with that, I don't think there's anybody else online unless someone wants to raise their hand.
moment.
Yeah.
Not seeing anything, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I will now close public comment and move on to mayor and council comments. Anyone?
Yeah, I took a trip to Denver and I attended a rally at the state capitol with teachers and parents, basically protesting the funding cuts to public education. And it was a very interesting group of people, very passionate. And yeah, hopefully it makes a difference.
Thank you. That's good of you to be an activist for our education. Thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment. I noted that the town is supporting our care clinic, local care clinic, by purchasing a table at their upcoming fundraising event this Saturday. And so I'd like to thank staff for all things like that, where we do what we can to be good neighbors in this community and help financially with these charities. So I really appreciate staff doing that. I will be there.
That's great. Thanks. Thanks, Martin. We good? We will close mayor and council comments. Does town manager have any updates?
No updates tonight.
Thank you. Any other staff? We're good. Okay, we'll close staff updates and move on to the consent agenda. Are there any amendments on tonight's meetings agenda for the consent agenda, or we would entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda. I'm sorry.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
Yes.
Goldstein, Allen,
Yes.
Helds, Incan is absent, Skripchuk, Adrian,
Yes.
and Ryan.
Yes.
Great. Let's see here. Okay, so consent agenda passes. On to new business. Our first item this evening is the Frisco Town Council acts as the local licensing authority for liquor license applications in the town of Frisco. And our first of 3 liquor license application public hearing this evening is agenda item number 1. The New Vision Hotels 2 LLC doing business as the White Peak Hotel by IHG. The applicant is Adam Petresak. Yeah, close to, thank you. The business is located at 1129 Dillon Dam Road. The business is applying for a hotel and restaurant liquor license. First, I hereby open the public hearing. We will turn it over to the town clerk, Stacy Nell. And if we have anybody, well, actually, Stacy, you kick us off here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Stacy Nell, Town Clerk for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you this evening. So I'm going to provide, especially for the benefit of the 2 new council members that we have on the local authority this evening, just a little bit more background on the first one than usual. And then for the second and third, if you do have any questions, let me know. But I'll give you a little bit more context for the first public hearing, just so you have a little bit more information about why we're here and kind of how we do this in Frisco. So, as the local licensing authority for liquor licensing per Frisco Town Code, Chapter 53-2, subsection A, Town Council maintains purview over the review of new liquor license applications here in town. On January 3rd, 2025, Vince Linden with Linden Law Group, who is here this evening, on behalf of Adam Petrizak, sorry if I'm butchering that, thank you. And he is here as well as owner operator of a lodging facility located here within town limits of Frisco, located at 1129 Dillon Dam Road. They made application completely, and they are seeking approval of their application for what is known as a hotel and restaurant liquor license. So in Colorado, there's a lot of different types of liquor licenses that you can hold. The most general way of describing the different types of liquor licenses and kind of categorizing them out is, does it allow for on-premise consumption or off-premise consumption? In other words, are your customers actually consuming alcohol on-premise, or is it like a liquor store where you're taking packaged liquor to go and taking it home or somewhere else for consumption? So the hotel and restaurant license, just so you all are aware, it's the most common type of liquor license that we have in the town of Frisco by far. It allows for all 3 types of alcohol: beer, wine, and spirits. It allows for on-premise consumption, and there is also the option to apply upon approval for a takeout and delivery permit. But just to be clear, third-party delivery services in Colorado are not allowed to deliver alcohol. It has to come straight from the staff of the establishment, and then there has to be proper checks and things like that in order. And so that's just a little bit of background about this type of liquor license that they are going after this evening. And you'll actually see another application later this evening for one as well. The notice of public hearing was properly noticed and posted. And A representative of the applying entity has been provided with what's known as a findings report, which is basically everything that we are about to talk about this evening. It's the results of my investigation as the town clerk on the application. So in accordance with state statute and Frisco Town Code, town staff have conducted an investigation of the statutory criteria for the issuance of a new liquor license of the class proposed by the application. In other words, hotel restaurant license. The results of the investigation are as follows. I'll try to be brief. Neither this location nor any location within 250 feet have been, within 250 feet from any public or parochial school or the principal campus of any college, university, or seminary, in conformance with, it's all in conformance with state law and town code. There's not a distance issue here, in other words, with regard to a school or a daycare or a college or anything like that. For those of you who have been on town council for at least a year, you may recall that we actually have removed that distance requirement it's one of the ways that we can exercise home rule authority with regard to liquor licensing, which is typically a matter of statewide concern. The applicant is entitled to possession of the premises by virtue of a special warranty deed. In other words, they own the property. It's not a lease situation. Verified by the town's community development department. Big thanks to them. They're amazing in building, planning, code enforcement. The zoning of the proposed premises permits the sale of alcoholic beverages. And the proposed licensed area is not currently undergoing any active building violations with the town at this time. Neither this location nor any location within 500 feet have been denied an application for the same class of license within the past 2 years on the grounds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood needs and desires of the adult inhabitants were satisfied by existing outlets. And that is a lot of legal jargon, basically for addressing that they have submitted a petition, and the petition is the most common way of demonstrating that the needs and desires of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is the entire town, is met by them going for a liquor license. In other words, incredibly simply, does the community want it? And the people that are allowed to sign that petition are inhabitants or managers or owners of businesses within the town of Frisco.
Stacy, if I may, can I just clarify? I think we actually changed the distance from a school. We actually removed it, if I remember.
Eliminated it.
You did say that. Okay,
Yes. Yep.
sorry.
No, thank you. That's a
Yeah,
great
no, that's
clarification
okay.
point. Yeah. No, always good to be clear. So following that in your staff report, I won't itemize all of these stats, but it's always good to just see a snapshot of the different types of licenses that you have in your community. Again, by far, you can see that a hotel and restaurant, bless you, license is by far the most common type of license that we're seeing. You can probably attribute that to us being a resort destination town. So hotel and restaurant. But then you have a breakdown of all of the other types there. And then also on-premise consumption and off-premise consumption. The next point, number 6 in your staff report, discusses the actual statistics and takeaways from the petition. These folks enlisted a third-party vendor to actually petition for them. And so you'll see they had 386 solicitations for signatures, and 108 of them came back in support of this license. And so just a heads up on kind of what that's looking like for you. And then the actual copy of that petition is in your packet. All state and local application and license fees have been submitted. In other words, they paid everything. They paid everything correctly, on time, no concerns there. Then the applicant has appropriately updated their Town of Frisco business license, just showing good cooperation, compliance with regard to making sure that their trade name got updated. You may recognize this property if you've been around for a little bit as formerly known as the Grand Hotel, but they had to make sure that they got all of their other licensing up to date. That's all taken care of. They've appropriately updated all of their state filings as well, and they provided proof of that with their application packet. The statewide and nationwide criminal background check of the applicant did not provide results disqualifying the applicant from holding a liquor license under statute or regulation. I won't continue on. I think that pretty much covers it from a staff point of view. Other than to say, the staff recommendation is that council approve the application based on the findings of the investigation as listed previously in the staff report. Again, remember, this is a place where Home Rule Authority does not take a very huge role. This is mainly a matter of statewide concern. And what that means is we go by statute. The applicant has been cooperative and compliant through the entire application process. If the matter is continued or denied, town staff and the town attorney will be present at the subsequent public hearing and ready to assist the authority in preparing any findings. And that's all I have for you. If you all have any questions for me, otherwise, I'll turn it over to our town attorney, Thad Renew, and I'll invite the applicant up. And Thad actually acts as our hearing officer and will ask our applicant a few questions.
Good. We'll open it up to Thad.
Please allow the applicant and the applicant's attorney to introduce themselves for the record.
Please, gentlemen.
You can introduce yourself. Because attorney first, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Vince Linden. I'm present with Adam Pietraszek on behalf of New Vision Hotels 2. We are seeking, as Ms. Snell has indicated to you, a hotel restaurant liquor license for Mr. Pietraszek's hotel, which is located at 1129 Dillon Dave Road, right up the street from here. Mr. Renaud?
Yes, I just have a couple of technical questions for the record that don't tend to get picked up in the
Can I introduce myself?
Yes.
Oh, you already know, sorry.
That's all right. You can introduce yourself.
Sorry.
I'm Adam Pietraszek, and I live in this town from 2008 when we bought the property. We were Holiday Inn. We have a license for 15 years. In 2023, we lost it because we just our secretary that works for us at the time, she didn't renew it, the license, So, and of course, COVID and everything changed. So right now we are just trying to renew and just be back into business, in some way. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pietraszek.
Okay. As I said, just a couple of quick questions for the record concerning the survey or petition that was distributed. First, can you confirm, Adam, that a survey or petition was distributed to determine the needs and desires of the neighborhood for your proposed license establishment, and that survey or petition in its completed form was presented to the town as part of the application for licensure today?
Yes.
Thank you. Who is it? What is the identity of the individuals, if it was anyone other than you, who distributed the survey or petition for signature?
That was Liquor Licensing Professionals. They're a professional survey company located in Colorado Springs. I typically retain them to provide services. They're online right now. You can ask them any questions if you'd like, but I don't generally like the client or the applicant to conduct its own survey. So we want to make sure that there's no bias in the survey results that are presented to you.
I understand. Thank you. So those, I guess then it is a question for the surveyor, surveying company online. First, if you would just state your name for the record so that we have it with respect to the answer. But whomever it is answering the question, can you confirm that to the best of the knowledge of each person who distributed the survey or petition, each person who signed that document was either a resident of the town who's 21 years or older, or was the owner or manager of a business located within the town?
For the record, my name is Eva Garrettson. I'm one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals doing business as Liquor Pros. And yes, I can attest that the surveyor, who is an employee of mine, did actually even complete a petition affidavit stating that they did require that one of those folks, it was one of three, either a business owner, manager, or resident. So we were allowed to use our own petition packet. So on the business owner and manager, we actually make them circle and identify themselves. And then when we go to a door, we make sure that we have all the information in the front of our packet and that they read and completely understand that they must be a resident of Frisco in order to sign this document.
And an adult, 21.
An adult over 21. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's
Thank
all I
you.
have. Thank-
Thank you.
That's all I have. We're good. Thank you. Thank you, Thad. Let's now open to public comment for this liquor license application. And I think we do have someone online as we had earlier.
So I will call on Mr. Steven Gustafson to start us off. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Steve Gustafson, and my wife and I have owned a condo in the Timberline Cove condo complex, which is just immediately to the east of the back side of that hotel. And we've owned that property for the last 10 years. We're 35-year residents of the state of Colorado. We love Frisco. We spend half of our year up here. We thank you for your service as council members. Today, you got a letter from our HOA president, Paul Joliet, that outlines his public opposition to granting the White Peak Hotel a liquor license. I would also like to express my opposition to granting a liquor license. Having a liquor license is a privilege and a tremendous responsibility to maintain high standards for operations. What we have witnessed as neighbors to the White Peak Hotel has been very disturbing to us. They appear to lack standards for maintaining their facility, particularly their parking lot on the backside of the hotel, which is something that we see every day as a resident where we're at. This mess has been going on for at least the last 5 years. It needs to be maintained in a respectable condition. We have witnessed abandoned cars being on the premises for months and months. We've witnessed wrecked cars sitting on the premises. We've witnessed cars having engines pulled out and in oil spills on the ground around it. Mattresses have been abandoned out there. This parking lot has looked like a blighted area. We cannot believe this could happen in the city of Frisco. This is a beautiful town. They have allowed asphalt to be heated up in the parking lot. I got to tell you, it stinks being next to that. And we have people that can't sit outside and to be able to enjoy their condo where they're at because of this going on. Therefore, I've concluded that they could not handle a liquor license responsibly. And from our personal observation of how they handle their operations, their standards are not high enough. Now, it's up to you as a city council to listen to this. You've seen pictures. We've been taking pictures for the last 5 years, and we've sent this to council members just to see what this is looking like. You cannot believe the backside of that hotel is in Frisco, Colorado. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. It's appreciated. Do we have any other comments?
Looks like we have one from Paul. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Paul Del Grego. I'm also a resident behind the hotel. And I've just noticed it's kind of like a construction site. And I just feel that they aren't responsible neighbors to us. So again, I'm at 1101 Timberland Cove, 1101 9000 Divide Road. And I really believe that they're not responsible neighbors. So I can't help to make my comments that this should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Online or in chambers?
Don't see anyone else online.
Someone in
Is there
chambers.
anyone in chamber?
We actually have someone in chambers. Yeah, gentlemen, could you please give this gentleman some room at the podium? Thank you.
My name's Don Swaza. And I work with Adam Petrezik. And we have started upgrading the hotel. We painted all the exterior. We also have eliminated a lot of the cars that were there because we have long-term rentals as well in the bottom to help the community with housing for workers. And as of a year and a half ago, we took a stand and started asking these people to remove their vehicles. I have pictures of the vehicles that they have pictures of being hauled off with trailers and towed away. Then also with the summer community, we have a lot of construction companies that need housing. So Adam rents these out to, including me, I'm a construction person, and I am licensed a builder here in the city. And so during the summer, when they come, they want to park their vehicles in the parking lot. And my understanding is if it's the parking lot, as long as you have a tagged vehicle that's current, that's not a code violation. Did you want to talk? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, my comment is that we need to really look at the people that are complaining. We want to listen to them, but they also have to have an understanding that this is a business as well that caters to outside resources that help build Frisco, that brings money to Frisco. So that's my comment on, my stance. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Do we have another comment? Under public comment? Yeah, actually, your attorney, I think we'd probably wait for council questions when it comes to your comments as the attorney. Like right now, we'll just focus on the public giving comments on either side. And then we'll get to how you want to address and or whatever you would like to add. Okay, great. Anyone else? Public comment in chambers or online?
Not seeing any online, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, that's fine. Then we will close public comment. And there was your 3 minutes. So let's start with council here. Does council have any questions for the applicant? Does anybody individually have questions for the applicant? At all?
I have some, and I remember you from before, when I was on town council before. And I never considered you a good neighbor to the town of Frisco. I don't know why. It's just how it comes across to me. And I'm kind of wondering, what are you gonna do about the blight and stopping some of this garbage and the pictures I've seen of, when I run a restaurant, I walk around it every day and I look at it, what garbage needs to be picked up, what needs to be cleaned up. And when crap like that sits in those yards, garbage bags, engines, cars, smashed out windows. I went by there the other day, there's 4 tires sitting in a Ramada, not yours, right next to your place. When are you guys gonna clean it up? When does how long do the tires have to sit there? Are you gonna be a good neighbor? That's what I'd like to hear from you, Adam.
So thank you for all your comments, but when I came to this town in 2000.
I don't want to hear about when you came here. What are you gonna do about it? That's what I want to hear.
Have you been over there yesterday? Have you been over here?
I drove by it the other day and like I said, I saw the 4 tires.
I'm not gonna argue,
Yep,
but you
I
said
won't argue.
Ramada, but you're accusing me.
Yeah.
Hospitality business is to allow every individual, no matter what profession they have, to stay at the hotel. So it could be attorney, doctor, construction person, anybody can stay at a hotel. And they drive a truck, trailer, they're allowed to park. And at the same time, when you look, I am trying to upgrade everything. I am moving, I refurbished the outside, I repainted, I am switching back to right now, White Peak Hotel. I am not downgrading the hotel, I am improving. And the minute I came to this town, I did everything for the life safety. I did, fire sprinkler, alarm system, upgrade everything that was possible because everything was falling apart. And at the same time, I have a neighbors like, ski country. I have of course, that homeowners association condos that they don't like that somebody parks in the back, that somebody's walking in the back. It's a part of the business, so I try to keep place as clean as possible. If somebody drops the trash, I have of course, head housekeepers, housekeeping staff that are every day picking up everything, cleaning everything on daily basis. It's not like, you have a landfill of trash laying all over. It's not true, it's totally not true. And you said right away, you didn't like me. You never met me. Why you, well, you
Drinking with guests? Are you still, is this gonna be under yours? Didn't you have a rest?
I have kids.
Yeah, this is a little beyond.
This is really, that's why I called,
Yeah, no, this is it's a little off topic here for this particular topic. That is an issue. If you can, Elizabeth, do you have a comment?
I guess I have a comment or a question, and I guess it just kind of, obviously everyone's made comments about the backside of the hotel. I guess my concern would be the asphalt, the stagingness of that, and the smell and the toxic air that it creates for all of your neighbors. Would there be a way to maybe mitigate that, or just figure out a way so the asphalt's not heating up in the parking lot and affecting all the people that live?
I mean, to tell the truth, nobody ever mentioned this to me that somebody's heating up something or doing something in the back, so because of course when somebody's doing some asphalt, of course some asphalt guys are staying over there and park the car, and of course their asphalt is everything is dirty. Yeah, so looks that the cars, trucks looks dirty from asphalt. Yes, but it doesn't mean that somebody is heating up or doing something improper. Nobody said nothing to me. So I was shocked. Like Donnie's. He came over here today because there's a picture of his own car that he got into accident, and he got his car parked over there for 2 weeks, but it was a year and a half ago. And therefore Donnie was gonna say that, but I don't know, he started talking about something else. And he took this, and the pictures are year and a half ago, not lately. Lately, I don't have any, any citation from the town of Frisco. I don't have any issues, and I'm working with everyone as I can, and I have my liquor license, not only in Frisco, because I own also some properties in Colorado Springs. I have 2 liquor licenses over there for over, the same, 15 years at least, and I have over here for 15 years, and I never serve minors. I never have serve never any ID everyone. I never, nobody caused any accidents because of us overdoing something. We always close our restaurant at 10 o'clock because what's happening at the hotel restaurant is only complimentary. It's not something that's somebody's driving to the hotel and go to the restaurant and go waste. No, they're just only a complimentary. So maybe the liquor is 2%, 3%, because they only have a beer, maybe go and sleep, but they almost don't eat because they go to other restaurants. They only use them for their lodging.
Just kind of.
Well,
Thank you for that. I was just kind of trying to pinpoint about your relationship with the folks that live behind your hotel, and if there's a way that you could work
with them. But
Please,
but
that would be
and I
awesome.
work with them. But seeing today, for example, and I'm honest, okay, I will tell you, and I'm seeing, and these 2 gentlemen that Ellen's talk, they said, we talked to the management, we showed the photos. Do they know me? Do they talk to me? Do they approach me? Do they say, hey, my name is Paul, my name is Joe, and I'm saying, I'm Adam, let's work together. They never did. And suddenly I see the letter, so for me, it's, I don't see nothing, but it's a lie. Simple, you know, that's like it is. Because this is not true, because they are just trying to make something, you know. I work with them, you know, I will shake their hand because that's how I am. I have a good heart this time, but you know, let me move and be myself, you know. Don't be hater this time, simple, you know.
Yeah.
Because I am not, okay?
Okay.
I'm
So
not.
let's take a pause here for a second, all right? No, that's okay. You know, what has been brought up around this liquor license are actually more based around code and zoning violations, right? Which have nothing to do with a state issued liquor license, right? So with that, you know, we have identified that, you know, that people, you know, take issue with, you know, with the operation, okay? With that, I would like to give your attorney, you know, your 3 minutes to say your piece. And then, you know, hopefully we can come around. How about we all get together and discuss the code and zoning violations as they stand, as they are, and maybe we can address with the neighbors and all come to an agreement and, you know, potentially clean up the situation that it is, right?
Of course, I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, the back and, no, it's okay. You know, the back and forth, we're a little off topic is the main thing. We're here for a liquor license, right? But there's been an identification of potential code and zoning violations, right? One doesn't have anything to do with the other necessarily, all right?
I can say something. A restaurant is on the other side of the hotel, is not facing the homeowners association or the condos at all. And the restaurant was forever. This hotel was built 1970, is already 50 years old, was always Holiday Inn, you know. And I'm trying to bring back to Holiday Inn by the end of the year. We'll be big sign Holiday Inn, and I'm already signed the franchise agreement, will be Holiday Inn, you know, and no matter what, it will be Holiday Inn.
Do we have to change liquor licenses at that point?
No. But at this moment, it's not.
Okay.
If it
happens.
Okay.
Question for Thad.
Yeah.
Briefly. When Stacy was making her comments, and I'm very familiar with federal liquor law, state liquor law, less so now as a councilman with local liquor law. Stacy, you said something specifically when it comes down to, does the community want it? Can you define what that means, Thad, and what we can consider? Because we are hearing from the community that they don't, a good portion of it.
No, yes, but you were to hear from the community on the reasonable needs and desires of the community for the liquor license establishment proposed. Right? I haven't heard any testimony about that. Right? I believe the only evidence in your packet about that issue is the survey. Yes, you have heard from people who tell you they don't want you to issue this liquor license, but they haven't expressed it in terms of the needs and desires of the community for another liquor licensed facility. They've expressed it in terms of essentially, I don't trust this applicant, you know, the way he runs his business, and neither should you, which is all fine and good. Can I take a little aside here, Mr. Mayor? Part of our town clerk's report was to very correctly recite to the council what the state statutory criteria are for issuance of a liquor license. She also very correctly told you that it is the liquor licensing statutes, the state statutory regime, for lack of a better word, has been held to be a matter of statewide concern, with one very minor exception that she pointed out to you. And that exception is that a locality is allowed to set its own distance requirements or set them to 0 if they don't want any distance requirements between a liquor license facility and a variety of use of churches, schools, right, the list that she went through. And as the authority correctly noted and as the clerk confirmed, the town has reduced that particular distance to zero. Other than that, though, the town under state law is limited to reviewing the statutory criteria for approval of a liquor license. It must review them and make findings on each of them. But it is similarly limited in that those are the only criteria that we can consider. In other words, even as a home rule municipality, because the state courts, the Supreme Court, has declared liquor licensing to be a matter of statewide concern, we can do nothing locally with our laws that are contrary to the state statute, right? We can neither ignore provisions in the statute, nor can we supplement them. So we're kind of stuck with them. So back to your question on reasonable needs and desires. That is one of the statutory criteria. You are to make a finding that the reasonable needs and desires of the community are not met by existing establishments based upon evidence presented to you in the record today on that issue. As I've said, I think the only evidence you have about needs and desires of the community for another liquor license establishment is in the form of a petition. So, with that. And I will also note, I know that the town is actively involved in code enforcement activities out there. And while true that you have not been cited, you have been warned. Is that not correct?
Pardon me?
I said, you said I have not been cited for any code violations, and that's true. But you're under an active warning, are you not? And you responded to an active warning, are you not? I'm just wanting full disclosure. He testified to it. I don't know why it's relevant. It's his testimony. I'm just asking, I'm just following up on.
According to homeowners
what he's presented.
association, there was a, camper that they said that somebody lives in the camper, but of course, nobody lived in the camper, it's the padlock on the back. And they said, town of Frisco doesn't allow camping on your parking lot. And so I removed this camper, was of course not mine. Somebody left over there, but and there was also 3 other cars that somebody left. And I also removed these cars. So I did
Again,
it,
this is-
whatever Joe or the person that sent me, So I took that took care of whatever they wanted, but the rest, there was no any violations, because that's what, according to them, was the camper and 3 cars that were parked according to HOA and for longer than whatever they say a month.
Sure.
So I removed them and that's it.
Can I suggest that with town officials that we can discuss this aspect of the business at a later date? Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, and as Thad had alluded to, you are potentially under a warning for whatever issues were there, okay? So, and that's, and neither here nor there at this point, right? So let's, how about hear from your attorney, as he wanted to have something to say. And, and then we can get to the liquor license, okay?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the town clerk, Ms. Stacy Nell, indicated to you in her remarks, she did a very thorough investigation. I've done liquor licenses throughout this state. I've done 400 or 500 in my some 30 years. I'm getting older career now. And Ms. Nell is very thorough. I can assure you of that. And very astute and knowledgeable with regards to not only the state code, but your local code and the requirements that you have. The application was also, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Nell, but the application was also approved by the planning department and sent to the planning department and had to have planning department sign off before we could appear before you here. Your attorney is also a very astute attorney, well-versed in this area. And he, I think, gently tried to tell this council that Ms. Nell's presentation was a prima facie presentation. She, in her own presentation before my client even got up, marked all of the necessary legal criteria for issuance of a liquor license. And the application packet, as Ms. Nell indicated to you, had 108 of 109 people that were willing to sign a petition signed in favor of the issuance of the liquor license, 108 out of 109. That's a very, very high survey number for any community. And we didn't do that survey ourselves. Ms. Garrettson, I would proffer for the record, Mr. Attorney, is an owner of a third-party independent survey company. They do hundreds of surveys around the state every year. They don't care who you are. You pay them, they do their survey, they testify to the results, that's it. You had two residential community members testify in opposition to the application. I don't think you can legally give more weight to those two residents than the 108 people who signed in favor. I think that would be unlawful if you did that and arbitrary and capricious. Mr. Kibbe, I don't know you. I don't know what your experience is with my client. You clearly have bias and animus towards Mr. Petrosik. You have expressed that in this hearing. Your facial expressions, body language indicate that you don't like, and I believe you said you don't like Mr. Petrosik. You probably should not vote on this matter because you have a clear and stated bias towards my client. You're indicating the same, and I would ask you to recuse yourself from the vote. The zoning code issues, you have a code enforcement officer. I think I saw one of your code enforcement officers in the hallway. I believe her name is Katie Kent. I just don't like the seems like a very that's our community development director, but that's fine. Yeah. We got way off track. Yeah. Way off track. Yes. Ms. Nell took you through the legal requirements. And then we got way off track. Yeah, totally agree with you. If you have issues with regards to code enforcement, then cite them or invite Mr. Petrosik back, invite the neighbors back. But one astute thing that your attorney indicated is the neighbors didn't testify to needs and desires. The neighbors testified to, we don't like how the back of the building looks. We don't like the smell of the tar machine. Those are not legal considerations for purposes of needs and desires of a liquor license. I will tell you that. Your attorney has already told you that. So we don't have any opposition to this liquor license except one signature. And Mr. Petrosik, he doesn't cooperate. You call me. I'll make sure he cooperates. I believe he will independently cooperate. These pictures are 1.5 years old. The man's truck, the man who owns the truck is sitting right here. Got in a car accident, left it there, works at the hotel, removed it 2 weeks later. 1.5 years old those pictures are. If you have legal questions, any legal question in your mind, whether you have any authority to deny this liquor license application, then please ask me, because this applicant has met every single legal requirement that there is, local and state. And I'd ask that you approve the application and ask him to continue to work with his neighbors to ensure that they feel like the codes are being upheld. And if they're not, work with your code enforcement team. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, so then, you know, I believe we have two very different issues here. One being code and zoning, which has nothing to do with this liquor license. I have to agree, as far as I understand legally, that you know, the liquor license, that nobody's necessarily put up the fight against the liquor license based off of code and zoning violations. Again, before we go to vote on this, I'll ask that we all get together and we discuss these violations, right? I am not in. Yeah. No, that's great. That's all I want to hear. Thank you. You know, there was also the HOA behind the two people that were on screen. The only people that came forward publicly were the two people that came forward. I don't disagree. I've driven around your hotel and I've seen all kinds of trash and cars and everything else not very long ago, right? Maybe as of yesterday, it might be different. That's fine. Okay. But that is an issue for another time at this point. Okay. So right now, I'm gonna say we're gonna close the public hearing if you guys are in agreement, and then we'll vote on this particular liquor license. And again, well, from my point of view, we will discuss code and zoning violations separately at another time. Okay? But, thank you for those who came out online. Thank you for everybody's input. This is a lot of info for sure. I personally am not going to ask anybody to recuse. If anybody wants to recuse, that's your own choice. And you can take that upon yourself. So with that,
I'd like just one more.
Yeah, sure.
on this.
Sure, you're
As
welcome.
we're looking at liquor license and the arrest that he had years ago on the drinking, and he didn't get prosecuted. Is that something that, we look at violations and arrests, or?
It's not. The statutory criteria, the state statutory criteria that is relevant to your question is whether the applicant is of good moral character. That good moral character requirement has been interpreted by the Colorado Supreme Court to be susceptible to a finding of lacking good moral character based on a criminal conviction, but the criminal conviction must be of a crime that involves moral turpitude. In other words, criminal fraud, right? Moral turpitude is something that involves deceit and lying. So what you are describing is not one of those things, even if it had been a conviction, much less just a charge or the like. So it is not relevant. The short answer to your question, now that I've taken a long time, is that that sort of criminal conviction is not relevant to a determination of good moral character. Right.
So if he got convicted for that, he was still not.
If he had been convicted, if he had been
I know.
convicted of dealing in controlled substances,
Yeah.
it would not qualify. It would not DQ you on moral character because it's not a crime of moral turpitude. As strange as that sounds,
Yeah.
it's counterintuitive, but it is the law of the state.
Okay, and I actually have one other comment which would lead into this, a hotel of this nature, in many cases, should need the ability to sell alcohol in order to operate on the level and meet the needs of the people. All right. So, I think, I don't know how we're going to turn out on this vote right now, but I can tell you that, you operating in the town of Frisco is an important thing. It's an important thing to us, and it's an important thing to the people of Frisco, right? And so, we want businesses within our town to succeed. We also want to be good partners and with businesses in the town. So with that, I think we're going to close the public hearing for this item, and then well, first I'd like to see if anybody is willing to make a motion to deny or approve this license. And if we have a second, and then we would take a vote. And
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
yeah, please.
Any such motion should include findings in support of the motion based upon the statutory criteria. You have findings in a staff memo in support of an approval. You do not have proposed findings in support of a denial. So my recommendation to you is that if this moves to a motion to deny and there is a second, I will ask you to instead table the matter for the next meeting to allow myself and staff to come up with some reasons that would support a denial. You do not have that right now.
Though council members do have the right to call for.
You can certainly call it. I'm just telling you what my advice will be.
And then throwing it out there that council does have the right to.
You do.
To call them either
You
way,
do.
right? Either way, but you're saying.
You have the
that-
right to call it either way, but what I'm telling you is you do not have a record sufficient to support a denial right now that I could support on a legal challenge.
And if we remember that staff is recommending the approval of this, correct?
True that. Yeah, but I'm sort of, just because staff recommends something doesn't mean you should do it.
Of course not.
I'm just saying, if you're not going to do what staff recommends, table it, let us prepare an appropriate record to support the decision that you want to
I
make.
was supporting staff. And
I
they're making it- they are making it
understand. I'm just clarity.
Right, so I will ask for a motion if someone wants to.
Sorry. I would like to make a 30-second record before the vote.
On?
Well, we haven't had a motion. Is that okay at this point that we can give,
If you care to reopen the hearing, you closed the hearing, but. if you care to
I
reopen-
did close the hearing. I'd personally,
Mr. Kibbe inquiring about.
yeah, there were.
criminal
Yes, there were.
God knows how many years ago.
And I don't have. He was making a legal question. He was providing a legal answer. It wasn't a question of fact.
Thank you.
You gonna make a different argument than what I told them as a matter of legal advice on the issue?
No, but I'm gonna ask you to ask Mr. Kibbe to recuse himself.
You've already asked that.
I know, and there's been no indication that there's going to be a decision on whether Mr. Kibbe recuses himself.
The mayor just gave you that indication. He told each of the members that if they chose to recuse, that was up to them. Right?
Yeah, and
So
if.
you do
if-
have that indication, first of all. Second of all, if we want to get an argument about the relevance of his questions or statements, I think we know they're relevant to the issue of moral character. Now, whether they're competent evidence on that issue may be a question, but is it a relevant topic for discussion given the moral character criteria, the state statute? It's a rhetorical question. I don't expect you to answer it. I think you've made your record in your request.
Okay, so I have closed and, the council members have had questions. They were legally based. I personally, I've asked for a motion. I'll ask again that we move forward with a motion to either approve or deny, and then we will vote and we'll see where we end up.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that we move forward to a vote to approve this application based on Thad's comments.
I have the
And
language.
and you have- Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, as always.
There you go, in bold.
The entire thing.
Yep.
Get ready, folks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get ready. But thank you, Thad, for all that. I think it's clear where we have to move when it comes to the state law and our responsibility as town council of Frisco. I am looking forward to that better communication between the neighbors over there and the business. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the application for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for New Vision Hotels 2 LLC, doing business as the White Peak Hotel by IHG, located at 1129 Dillon Dam Road, Frisco, Colorado, for the following reasons. 1, the publication of the notice of hearing and the posting of the premises were accomplished according to statutory requirements. 3, skipping 2. 3, the applicant is entitled to occupancy of the premises by virtue of the special warrant deed. 4, the premises is located in a zone district that permits the sale of alcoholic beverages. 5, neither this location nor any location within 500 feet of the location has been denied an application for the same class as license within the past 2 years on the grounds that the responsible requirement of the neighborhood, the desires of the adult inhabitants, was satisfied by existing outlets. 6, all applications and fees required by statute have been filed and paid. 7, the authority finds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood are not met by existing outlets, and that the applicant's statewide and nationwide criminal background of the applicant did not provide results disqualifying the applicant from holding a liquor license under statute or regulation. 8, a public hearing has been held. The authority has considered the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood, the desires of the adult inhabitants as evidenced by the record, the number, type, and availability of alcohol beverage outlet located in or near the neighborhood under consideration, and all pertinent matters affecting qualifications of the applicant for the conduct of the type of business proposed.
You, Councilmember Allen, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Elizabeth Scripczak. Adrian, for our second, can we call the vote? Stacy, please.
Yes. Ryan,
Yes.
Hibby,
Accuse myself.
okay. Goldstein,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Incan is absent, Skrepchek, Adrian.
Yes.
So with that, the motion passes. You are granted your liquor license. I do look forward to us addressing the code and zoning potential violations. Hopefully we can all work together and clean up, the area. That's what we would appreciate.
Thank you very much for your time. For everything that you do to this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in front of us. It's appreciated. Have a good night. Okay. Motion passed. Moving on to the second liquor license.
Oh, man, be second
Uh,
after that.
But being that this one is different than the past one, Stacy's going to give us a little overview of this agenda item number 2. Do you want me to read through it?
Just introduce the item title.
That would be McCoy's Watering Hole LLC doing business as McCoy's Watering Hole.
So open the public hearing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'll just finish it. The applicant is Lane Gregory. The business is located at 310 Main Street. The business is applying for a tavern liquor license. I hereby open the public hearing and will turn it over to Town Clerk Stacy Nell and Hearing Officer, Town Attorney Thad Renaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Stacy Nell, Town Clerk for the record. So I won't go into all of that background unless you really, really want to hear it again and again tonight about why you're here and the purpose that you serve this evening as the local licensing authority. However, as Mayor Pro Tem Held just recommended or mentioned, a point of distinction between the first application and the second one is that this application is going after a tavern license. And so with the hotel and restaurant license, in the first application, there's actually a requirement of a 25% gross revenue sale of food. And you also have to have hot meals available at all times that you're operating and selling alcohol. For a tavern license, that requirement is not there. It's light snacks and sandwiches, according to state statute. And you just have to have those available, and there's no % gross revenue requirement. Otherwise, with a tavern license, you do need to make sure that you have a registered manager like you do with a hotel and restaurant license. And this application has been incredibly smooth, and it's complete, timely. They've been very responsive if there was anything extra that that we may have needed to fill some gaps in. I am available to you if you have any questions, but the timeline and results of my investigation are in your staff report and in your materials packet. Please let me know if I can assist you further. Otherwise, we'll go to the next step.
Can I ask you one question? Is that on the first floor or the second floor? The tavern?
Yeah. Do you actually want to? Yeah. In the diagram required by law, the diagram that they actually submitted that's in your packet, each floor has to be on its own page. So you kind of look at it as like a slice.
Okay.
Almost. That's kind of how I like a sandwich. That's how I think about it. Very sandwich oriented this evening.
Thank you. How about Mr. Gregory? Would you like to and
Let me
attorney?
introduce ourselves.
Yes,
Mayor
please.
Pro Tem, council members. Good evening. My name is Adam Stapin. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law here in the great state of Colorado. My registration number is 27506. I'm with the law firm of Dill Carr, Stonebreaker and Hutchings. Also with me here is Lane Gregory, and he is the owner applicant seeking a tavern license for a couple blocks down the road from here. And Mr. Gregory, why don't you introduce yourself real quick?
I'm Lane Gregory. Just a little bit about me, I guess. We're currently building the building. I own LG Designs and Construction, so we're building that building and looking forward to going on with this and see how it comes out.
Great.
Very good, thank you. I think Thad, you want to take it over
Just
from
for
here.
purposes of the record, you know what's coming. Can you confirm, Adam, that, Mr. Snippen?
Yes.
That, a survey or petition was distributed to determine the needs and desires of the neighborhood for your proposed liquor license establishment, and that the completed form of that survey or petition was presented to the town as part of the application for this license?
I can confirm that, yes.
Super. Can you tell me who it is, the person or individuals who distributed that survey or petition?
Yes, it was Gene Gregory, and Gene is Lane's father. He's also an investor, owner of the property as well, and he decided to go around, introduce himself to the neighbors, introduce himself to the residents, and let them know what's coming there at the location at 310 Main Street.
Super. So I've got a quick question for him, if we can bring him up to the.
Gene Gregory.
Hi, Gene. Can you confirm that, to the best of your knowledge, each person who signed that petition was either a resident of the town who is 21 years of older at the time that they signed, or was the owner or manager of a business located within the town?
Yes, I can.
That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you. With that, I will open for public comment for this license application. Do we have anyone in chambers or anyone online who would like to comment?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not seeing anyone online at this time.
Okay, doesn't look like it. Well, let's close public comment. And do we have any council members who have any questions for the applicant?
I can give an explanation of what's going on there if you would like. I mean, yeah.
I don't know that we need it. I think everybody's very familiar. Right, we're familiar with this particular project, and that's okay. Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the application for a new tavern liquor license for McCoy's Watering Hole LLC, doing business as McCoy's Watering Hole located at 310 Main Street, Frisco, Colorado, for the following reasons. The publication of the notice of hearing and the posting of the premises were accomplished according to statutory requirements.
Councilmember, just don't skip over number 2. Just doesn't apply anymore. It was an error, a clerical error. Thank you.
The applicant is entitled to occupancy of the premises by virtue of a lease. The premises is located in a zone district that permits the sale of alcohol beverages. Neither this location nor any location within 500 feet of this location has been denied an application for the same class of license within the past 2 years on the grounds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the desires of the adult inhabitants were satisfied by existing outlets. All applications and fees required by statute have been filed and paid. The authority finds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood are not met by existing outlets, and that the applicant's statewide and nationwide criminal background of the applicant determine the applicant is of good moral character. A public hearing has been held, and the authority has considered the reasonable requirement of the neighborhood, the desires of the adult inhabitants as evidenced by the record, the number, type, and availability of alcohol beverage outlet located in or near the neighborhood under consideration, and all other pertinent matters affecting the qualifications of the applicant for the conduct of the type of business proposed.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Scripchak Adrian. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Allen. Could we call the vote, please?
Scripchak Adrian.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Kibbe.
Yes.
Goldstein. Allen.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
And Incan is absent.
Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you for your efforts. Good luck. We look forward to you opening.
Very much. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time and appreciate your
Great.
time and your civic duty. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Okay, with that, we will close this portion of the public hearing and move on to agenda item number 3, where Town Clerk Stacy Nell will bring us up to speed for the 3rd liquor application.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is the liquor license application public hearing for Wildflower Barbecue LLC, doing business as Wildflower Barbecue. Applicants Abel Beasley and Allison Beasley, as well as Alan Kilby, located at 842 Summit Boulevard, unit number 38, also locally affectionately known as the strip mall between Walmart and Safeway. This is for a hotel and restaurant license. So back to that original license, beer, wine, liquor, 25% gross revenue sales requirement coming from food. On-premise consumption with the possibility of a takeout and delivery permit after approval. And again, a very timely, responsive, compliant application. And I have no concerns for you resulting from my investigation from this application. Available if you have any questions. Applicant is here today.
Thank you. I think we would probably need the Beasleys to answer Thad's questions.
If nothing else. Hi, would you please state your name?
Abel Beasley.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Beasley. Can one or the other of you confirm that a survey or petition was distributed to determine the needs and desires of the neighborhood for your proposed licensed establishment, and that the completed form of that petition was presented to the town as part of your application? And who distributed that survey or petition? And you alone? Super. Can you describe how you did that? Just
Two people coming into the restaurant.
Gotcha. And can you confirm that to the best of your knowledge, each person who signed the petition was either a resident of the town who was 21 years of age or older at the time, or was the owner or manager of a business located within the town? Super. Thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Thad. With that, I would like to open for public comment on this liquor license application. Is there anyone in chambers or online that would like to comment?
Not seeing anyone online, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Looks like no, so we will close public comment and then open council comment. Does anyone have any questions for the Beasleys here? No? Thank you. I would close that portion of the public hearing and entertain a motion and a second if someone would be so kind.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve the application for new hotel and restaurant liquor license for Wildflower BBQ LLC, doing business as Wildflower BBQ. Can I say that? Located at 842 Summit Boulevard, unit number 38, Frisco, Colorado, for the following reasons. The publication of the notice of hearing and the posting of the premises were accomplished according to statutory requirements. The applicant is entitled to occupancy of the premises by virtue of a lease. The premises is located in a zone district that permits the sale of alcohol beverages. Neither this location nor any location within 500 feet of this location has been denied an application for the same class of license within the past 2 years on the grounds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the desires of the adult inhabitants were satisfied by existing outlets. All applications and fees required by statute have been filed and paid. The authority finds that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood are not met by existing outlets, and that the applicant's statewide and nationwide criminal background of the applicant determined the applicant is of good moral character. Public hearing has been held and the authority has considered the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood, the desires of the adult inhabitants as evidenced by the record, the number, type, and availability of alcohol beverage outlet located in or near the neighborhood under consideration. In all, other pertinent matters affecting the qualifications of the applicant for the conduct of the type of business proposed.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Scripchuk. Adrian, do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Allen. Call the vote, please.
Is absent, Scripchuk Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Hibby.
Yes.
Goldstein, Allen,
Yes.
and Held.
Yes. Thank you. Motion has been passed. Congratulations. We look forward to enjoying Wildflower Barbecue. Good luck out there. Okay, well,
Oh,
with.
well done, Elizabeth, on knocking out two of those in a row.
That's okay. And we. So yeah, with that, does anyone need I say a 5-minute break before we get into the next item? Thank you. We will take a 5-minute break.
Oh.
And then we will get back to agenda item number 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. You know, I mean, I'm
Oh. That's a yes, we are recording. Thank you. Okay. On to our final agenda item for the evening, agenda item number 4, the first reading of ordinance 25-05, an ordinance approving a second amended and restated development agreement between the town of Frisco, the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority, the NHPF Foundation, and NHPF Galena LLC as an amendment and a restatement of the development agreement between the town of Frisco and the NHP Foundation dated as of May 23rd, 2023, as related to the affordable housing development to be constructed at 602 Galena. With that, I hereby open the public hearing and I will turn it over to staff.
So I was prepared to go through quite a long, lengthy description of how this project came about and where we're at right now, but we covered most of that, if not all of it really, that I was going to cover in our work session earlier today. So I won't go into that. Instead, I will simply turn it over to the town attorney and his compatriot.
Repetitive at this point.
Yeah, his
Tell
compatriot online, John Peterson, who is also working for us on this matter, who will go through these documents and what you're actually considering today.
So now I've had my thunder stolen twice. First by Lauren at the workshop, because I was gonna tell you a lot of what she's already told you. And now by the town manager who said, Lauren's already told you everything I was gonna tell you. So I don't know how I'm gonna do it a third time. I did just want to briefly touch on a couple of points or maybe stress a couple of points that were touched on earlier. The first is that as part and parcel of this agreement, right, this agreement to provide a long-term ground lease to NHP and for them to build this project, one of the first things that will happen once the second reading of the ordinance agreement is effective, is that the town is going to file its standard form of affordability covenant on the property, right? It will be deed restricted by the town immediately, right? The town is the declarant. We own the property. As has already been discussed, I think, although not in quite this detail, that affordability covenant will limit occupancy of any of the units to individuals who do not exceed 120% AMI. One of the more salient things to remember about the affordability covenant is that under the agreement that you are considering tonight, that affordability covenant is not allowed to be subordinated to financing for the property, subordinated to debt for the property. And you might ask yourself, well, who cares? What does that mean? I don't understand. What that means is that if the covenant is not subordinate to financing, if there was ever a foreclosure on that financing, the covenant would stay in place. It would continue to bind the property regardless of the foreclosure. Conversely, if the covenant was subordinate to the financing and the financing were to be foreclosed, the town would be faced with a difficult choice. Either see the covenant be extinguished or essentially make that lender whole and buy them out of their project and loan to make the covenant survive. I think everything else has been covered. And it's very much like was described to you a couple of weeks ago now, under the outline of the salient terms of the existing agreement and the proposed agreement. With that, I'll open it up to any questions, and I would also look to hand it over to John Peterson, who has done all of the heavy lifting on the financing documents, the town loan, those terms and conditions, questions relative to the right of first refusal that were asked earlier. Some more detail can be put on here, though I think we may have some outstanding issues on that we expect to bring some changes on before second reading. With that, I'm happy to answer questions, though, before handing it over to John.
I go. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, do we want to do questions first to our attorneys before we open to public comment?
It's up to you. Whatever you.
Since you were talking about first right of refusal for that, and if it goes foreclosure, covenant comes off of it, we have the right to buy it out. What is it's done, the project's done, they own it, they pay it, they take a second out on it. Can they do a second, or can they, take more money out of it? So then when it does go foreclosure, there's the original loan, and the second loan.
Are there limitations on the degree to which they can lever the property or seek loans against the property?
Yeah.
The answer is yes, but John will give you the detail on it.
Well, I think that you're correct. But first off, let me say, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Town Council, thank you for the opportunity to participate this evening. My name is John Peterson. I'm with the law firm of Winthrop and Weinstein. And I've been supporting your staff and Thad for quite a long time in this project, and I appreciate that opportunity. In answer to your question, Councilman, the NHP would be able to obtain a second and to refinance the property, but any refinancing would require the consent of the town. One of the concerns that we have, well, kind of two main concerns we have that we've endeavored to provide as many protections to the town as we can are with respect to construction. We want to make sure that NHP, once they move forward with the obtaining of their financing and they start construction, that they actually get the project built. And we have put a number of protections in the loan documents to assure that that will actually happen. And if they stall or if they're not able to proceed, we have the ability in those town loan documents to allow the town to step in and complete construction. The second would be operationally, and that's both making sure that they rent to people who are qualified applicants that at 120% AMI or less, and that they're operating the building properly. Those requirements are detailed in the ground lease that we have put in front of NHP, and I believe has been put in front of you in this last packet, to assure that they will operate and rent to the right people. And then along with that, to specifically answer your question, council member, we are also requiring that NHP doesn't overlever the project and overburden the project in such a way that they can't pay their debt service once the debt service is due.
Is your question? Any other questions for Thad or John? At the moment, we'll come back to questions where we can talk about the issue. Okay, with that, let's open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment in chambers? Please come on up and state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'll talk fast. 201 North 7th Avenue. My wife Sue, Mike Gould. We've had concerns from the people who are living down in the Galena and the 6th Avenue. And there's going to be 54 units. There's only going to be 30 resident parking places. That means you've got 24 units that aren't going to be represented in the parking. You have 30 additional units for guests. But those aren't going to guarantee that the people who live there aren't going to be coming down through Seventh Avenue, going around the roundabout, trying to find out what they're doing there. And so we wonder why we go with the 0.5 on so many of the units when one person is going to be there. And in this universe of ours, everybody owns a car. And it's the prices that they're going to pay for the units. And the other is parking along Galena before it makes the curve to North 7th, and then parking on 6th. Those are all open parking places. So are the residents going to be able to park there, or are they going to be guaranteed? So they're not parking down the road, which we were at the meeting, I don't know, a month ago about the parking and the traffic on 7th Avenue. So those are two of the major issues from at least 24 of the residents that have sent a mailing in to our group and everything. So how are we going to rectify that? You can put a 0.5 for a resident, but there is no 0.5 of a resident. And I don't know many people that own cars. My wife has said that they're trying to attract people who live in Frisco to work in Frisco, but the prices of these units are going to be fairly hefty. And so how are we going to adjust for the parking and also for the snow plowing? Because where there's normally a Winnebago parked down where that building was right now, you're going to put about 10 parking spaces there. And as the snow plow comes down 7th Avenue and goes through, they just push the snow over. So you're going to be pushing snow into the area of about 20 cars right behind them. And that's usually about 6 to 10 inches of snow in the normal snowfall that we've had this year. So just asking y'all to take that into consideration and saying, okay, how are we going to do this? Because there are no half people. And everybody in here owns a vehicle. Everybody comes up and everything else. So if you could consider that and give us some idea, because people are concerned that people are going to wonder where they can park. So they're going to go down and maybe park where 200 North Galena is, no, North 6 is now.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a facility that you're already concerned with enough. So my time up? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. And typically we don't address public comments. We will get back to you on that because this has been thought out pretty extensively internally. I will say you would be surprised how many people work in town who don't have cars. So that, that's one. Parking is definitely an issue that we've considered. Snow storage is an issue for Public Works, and they have considered that as well.
And the last quick question, the outer perimeter parking, is that going to be shut down at night or will people park there overnight?
At this point, it's not going to change from what it's designated right now. So I think there is parking allowed overnight on that street, if I'm not mistaken.
That's both 6 and Galena.
Oh, no, there's not parking allowed.
Directly adjacent to 602 Galena, and that is still being worked out.
Okay. Okay. There you go. And we'll get back to you with the plan when we cross that bridge.
Please leave your contact information on the welcome sheet, the sign-in sheet on the table. Awesome, cool. That way I can connect you and council.
Thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate it. Okay, any other public comment? Is there anything online?
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment and open it up to council comments and questions and such. Anybody have anything at this point? We've come a long way. We did talk a lot at the work session.
One thing I can offer as a consideration is, and Thad might be able to put more detail on this, but currently the loan document within this packet lists $3.2 million as the loan from the town. We've talked a lot about the additional gap and committing to that or not. That might be something, because you can amend that number before you consider the development agreement. You'd probably want to either consider amending that number if that's where the council wants to go, to commit to a larger number, either at first reading or second reading, or you could wait to amend the documents at some point in the future. There is some time of the essence in this that we've discussed.
And do we have to amend it toward exactly what the gap is without knowing how we're fully filling the gap at the moment?
Well, you'd be giving direction to staff to use housing fund dollars, essentially. We would have to tell you how that's gonna be covered.
Personally, I think we should amend it after the fact and go with what it is. Does anybody have any opposition to that?
I think it's a policy question for you right now and how you want to proceed with consideration and further discussion of filling that gap. Right, if you're comfortable with it and you're ready to do that now, then fine. But if you're not, there is between now and second reading. And if you're not at that point, there is after second reading. An amendment on such a minor point can be brought back fairly quickly. It would be 2 readings of an ordinance, but it's a number. It's not fine.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, are you saying we do not put in an amendment?
That's what I'm
That's what
saying.
you're saying.
And we keep it as is, and then we amend it as we know closer of what the number actually is.
And if we have it.
Instead of saying the entire gap. Is this,
Let me clarify. What do you mean by closer?
Yeah.
When you know closer, what are you?
Well, do we know what we're gonna get from Summit County? Do we know if there's any other funds anywhere else we might find?
You whether you're gonna know in time for this project to be financed by June. I can't tell you that or not. I can't tell you whether the county will have committed by that time to anything or not. The only thing I know we control is our own housing fund.
Right. And so no matter what, if we then amend it to meet that number, and we fill the gap with county funds,
it just lowers our number.
that just lowers the number.
Yeah.
It's like, is this the number?
Right, so right now you're really looking for the number.
Well, what I'm
Staff.
suggesting is that if you're ready to commit the town to putting $8.1 million into the project today, you can make that the loan number today. You can also make that the loan number on second reading. Or you can come back and amend the development agreement at a later date to make that the number. At some point, the gap has to be filled so that they can finance the project.
Get this one.
It'd be your next meeting.
And at that timing, does that hold up anything as far as how the financing works?
Well, maybe Lauren can speak to this from her schedule, but from the standpoint of when NHP needs to have the project fully funded from all of us, from all sources, so that they can apply at the right time for the bond issuance. So I'll let Lauren answer that question.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, as I mentioned at work session, I think we need to identify all funding sources and close that gap in early April so that we can run really hard the next 60 days to get the bond closing to happen. So the next meeting of this body is April 8th. And that kind of fits in with that timeline.
Okay, well, so with that, I would propose that we wait till the April 8th meeting, and that way the mayor can weigh in as well. And, you know, we can have his input. And then if all goes well, we move forward with the proper number at that point.
I appreciate that position of giving Mayor Rickman the opportunity to weigh in too. I also appreciate the hesitation to want to do it right away because it's a lot. You know, it's a lot and we really just want, I know you want, we all want as much information as possible, but I know we also all recognize time factor and to the point that the council you are on, the work you've done and the work staff has done to just get this moving. It's scary, but I would have actually been okay, having really thought about this, really put a lot of thought into this the past 2 weeks. I'd be ready with putting the money in right now, putting it out there. But I also kind of want to wait a little bit too, so.
Well, if council decides that now's the time and we should put the money in right now, I'm on board. But this was my suggestion, this is my recommendation at this point. So let's just get a feel.
I'm ready today.
You're ready?
I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still learning about all this, and I know there's been a lot of thought put into this, so I would go behind your decisions, whether that is to take that step today or wait 2 weeks.
I would say that given the time and energy that town council and staff has put into this, and that workforce housing is the current top priority of the town, I'm ready to push this forward today.
That comes back to me, Lester. 1, 2.
That's 3. That's 3. You said your point, but you can, you're welcome to change it. I'm fully behind funding this right
You
now,
know, I
if
think
that's what we're gonna do.
at this point, I don't know, I almost just feel like we need to dive into the water and just see what it is. And I think we're going to come to that. I feel so confident we're going to come to that conclusion anyway.
Yeah.
That why not just get this rolling? Just cut out anything that could hamper the time schedule. Yeah.
And to give respect to NHP and the work that they've put in, give them as much time as possible to execute on this.
Very good. Thad, do you have something to add
Yeah,
there?
suggestion on the form of the motion, if you would please make a motion to approve with direction to bring revised documents back to state the dollar amount that you propose. That dollar amount happens several times through several documents, and I want to make sure we have a nice clean set when we come back, so.
Very good. I'd say with that, we have 4 that have said that we should fund this now. And I'm perfectly good with funding this now because it has been a lot of work, and it's been a lot of work on NHP's part and our part. And let's move then. So with that, I would entertain a motion and a second.
I move that we approve first reading ordinance 25-05. An ordinance approving a second amended and restated development agreement between the town of Frisco, the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority, the NHPF Foundation, and NHPF Galena LLC as an amendment and restatement of the development agreement between the town of Frisco and NHP Foundation, dated as of May 23rd, 2023, as related to the affordable housing development to be constructed at 602 Galena Street. What was with
With direction that revised documents be brought back for second reading to reflect a loan amount of $8.1 million.
Did you remember
with
that?
the directions to bring back amended documents.
Reflecting a loan amount of $8.1 million.
Reflecting the amount of 8.1 million.
Thank you. We have a motion,
Second that motion.
a motion from Councilmember Scripczak Adrian, a second from Councilmember Allen. Could we call the vote, please? Yes.
Absent, Scripczak Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Hibby,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
and Allen.
Yes.
Ryan, you good?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's great. The motion has passed. Motion carries. Very good. Thanks. That's really exciting, I think. I think we've done something. We've done something beyond liquor licenses tonight. And
Didn't remind you of this ahead of time. We will come back and tell you what you can't do in the future.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, with that, with no further business, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we adjourn.
Very good. A second?
Second.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Time that comes back in the